There we go. We're all good and dandy to go? Yeah, we are. Hi, gamer guy dude. Welcome back. I hope your exams went well. I hope they were nice. And I hope they weren't too stressful. I know exams, don't like. 0 out of 10. Would not do. Let me go ahead and start the timer and let me double check that the thingamajiggy did notify. Sometimes it doesn't like to. And hi, Bean. Welcome. Let's see. Okay. A lot of colorful world. How's it been in the colorful worlds are lovely, aren't they? How have you both been? I don't think I've seen your name in a second. And okay, it did send. Lovely. We're all good in that department. I've got the thing going, got the other thing going, and I think we're all good to go. I mean, I've got a pretty colorful world if I do say so myself, and I will also say as well, we are now monetized, and we now have, tipping and super chat, so that's really neat. I did not, at the end of August, or was it the start? It was August 3rd, wasn't it? Think that it was gonna happen. So it's crazy that it is, and it's crazy that it's now enabled and everything, so that's lovely. And, oh, did I miss something? Oh, that's you every day. Yeah, colorful world loneliness, that's a little disappointing, but I like colors. And because I like colors, it's always fun to draw colors and draw, you can see, all over. And hi, Green Bear, welcome back. Welcome back to stream. And a couple of minutes late today, hi, McQueen, welcome. A couple minutes late, shit's okay. This is the, the start of the stream. Usually this is the skipped part I found out. But you know what? I like letting people get in and get settled and get all nice and comfy before we get started. But I just started streaming and then immediately went into everything. I feel like a lot of people miss a lot of everything that's going on, especially not the bugs, not at all. That's very important to witness. Just gotta make sure people are here for it. And okay, I didn't do that. A couple minutes late, yeah, but you're right, and I'm thankful you did. And I'm thankful you've been trying to keep on time as well. It's nice, and I like doing this beginning section. Not only that, but it also gives me a chance to get into the mindset of streaming and everything since yesterday. Gives me a chance to bunker down, get all nice and comfy. There's no coffee today, unfortunately. I drank the coffee this morning, and I can't do coffee back to back. So I've just got a nice thing of lemonade and some cold water to keep me company this time around. I have to wait, because I spilled coffee on my keyboard yesterday. I have to wait for a keyboard puller. I thought I had one. I don't, so I have to wait until Monday. So until then, I'm using my old keyboard. So if it sounds different, that is why I'm using my old keyboard. Everyone just figured out the way to get hold of this colorful dimension. Just how to make a portal gun. I see, portal guns. I have not played Portal before. I've heard a lot of good things about it, but I've not. Maybe it could be fun to play on stream. Colors are always fun as well. Oh, aside from that, let's see. Did I get up to anything yesterday? Oh, I did. Yesterday's problems. I used duct tape and scotch tape and made the best of the situation. It's definitely, I know for certain, not the way I should have done it, but it works. And as long as it works right now, at least, it's okay. Maybe once the prototype is up to par, we can go back and try to polish things. But I'm hoping today's the last day of prototype. Well, I mean, we're always gonna have the prototype, but last day of making sure the prototype's working for the game. And once that's done, then it means it goes up on itch. And then next week we take a break from coding to do art and just all art, all games, all of those fun things get done. Neato Pet? Yeah, it's a game. What is it called? I forget, but yeah, it's a game. Like I said before, I'm not a horror fan, but I'm a horror fan. I can watch people play it, and as long as I am not the one playing it, I've most likely seen it, at least the popular ones. I'm not really a fan of the whole horror genre, but I've seen I like Doki Doki Literature Club. That one's super fun. So it's all of those things. Okay, I did see that as well. Trying to keep track of everything. I feel like I really do need to get a third screen. But for now, this will do, and this will be, and this is is that how you say it? I'm excited though. I'm hoping today we'll get done, like I said, so it can go up on itch, and once it's up on itch, we can take, well, I say we, but I'll spend the week polishing and figuring out bugs and doing all of those things to make sure we get up to par and get up to everything that makes it good. And then, let's see. Once the prototype's done, we move on to polishing. We have to figure out the upgrades, but aside from upgrades, then we move on to actually fleshing the game out, actually adding assets, and that'll be fun to just have a stream of doing the drawings and everything. I was excited to do that, and you're sure you'll have plenty of bugs to feast on today too, right? Hopefully not. Okay, we don't like bugs around here. Bugs are bad. Bugs are very bad. Well, they're a lovely way to learn. I don't like them. I don't want them. And if I can't, if they will allow me, I don't want them here. Nope, not one bit. Let me go ahead and save this. I don't think I did save the changes as well. Let me click this button, type in this, and we're good to go. Okay, so let's get started on the topic of programming. We go back into here. So all of, I think last week, this week, it's kind of moved over. We have, today we're still working on the day cycle bugs. Oh, I guess you can't do your job today. You know, I say there probably won't be bugs, but knowing my luck, knock on wood, there might be, but hopefully not. You know, I feel like it'll be fine. So today we completed the levels, creating levels and making sure levels are working. We've finished the spawners. Spawners weren't working yesterday. I got that figured out. And now we have to do, we also maybe figured out rewards. We'll see where we are with that. Today's hopeful goal is that we will do a tutorial and make it so that the players or whoever comes across the game will understand how the game works, as I think figuring out how tutorials work is a really big topic to figure out. I say figure out twice. Figuring out how to explain the tutorial without it being too boring to the player is really good and really important. And hi Spootnik, welcome to the stream, welcome back. And you kind of need the bugs because if you have them, you can learn how to fix them. Yeah, that's what I said, it's a good learning process, but I don't like it. Not one bit. So we're gonna try to figure out how to explain the game in the simplest way possible. That's the hope. And then from there, we'll have to try to create, I'm thinking, some sort of tutorial level and go from there. Well, we'll see. And explaining in the simplest way possible, it is that time of stream again where we do the pitch. So, why don't you get comfy and, you know, I think I hear an elevator in the background. I've got to be somewhere, so I'll see you in a second. One quick second. You just stay right there. So, now that you're all nice and comfy, it seems you are standing in the hallway of an elevator. And the elevators are either broken down or something of the matters where you can't get in them at the moment, and it seems you have about 1 minute maybe before the elevators start working again, some magical sense. And, you know, since you have some time to spare, why don't I shimmy shuffle up here in my very business? We're in a business building, very business, and I'm a very business person. You see, business. So let me introduce myself. Hi, hello, how you doing? I have business classes as well. I am Maris Ezra, and I'm currently developing a game called, where's the button at? Hold on, holding. Bam. Necrotype Cafe. And in this section at the beginning of stream, I like to do monochrome transition screen. Thank you. I like it. I like the purple, if you couldn't tell. But the elevator pitch is a section I like to do at the beginning of the stream where I spend 1 minute attempting to pitch my game to you it serves as a way for me to try and explain the game in the simplest terms, and also try to just describe the game in 1 minute as best as I can, while also serving as a way for maybe people who haven't seen this stream before or haven't been here in a second, a good refresher and up to what is it? Keep everyone up to date. There we go. Keep everyone up to date on what's going on with the game. And that is the overall hope of the elevator pitch. So when I start this timer, I will attempt to pitch my pitch. And you'll see how far I get. Yeah, it's nice elevator music, isn't it? Gotta make you feel comfy for the impending pitch. Doing great, about to come back. Hold on. Doing great, about to come back. Gone in 2 days, I see. A miniature version of Shark Tank. Exactly. Imagine a Shark Tank version of game dev. That'd be cool. Like, you'd have, instead of the sharks, it'd be Riot Games or Blizzard sitting in the seats. That'd be neat. Though you don't want to get pitched by, what is it? Not it, you have Epic Games, but EA. EA's the bad shark. Alrighty. So, when the elevator's working, you're the one blocking the door. The elevator's not working. You're imagining things, okay, McQueen? The elevator doesn't work. I'm not blocking the door. You are on here. You're in here on your own free will, okay? Yeah. Alrighty. So I'll start the timer now. Okay. Do I need anything? Do I need my notes? 10 million. I haven't even started the pitch yet. Okay, here we go. Welcome to Necrotype Cafe, a rhythm typing cafe sim game where you play as Gabriella, a necromancer who attends a prestigious academy of wizards, and her idea is that she doesn't want to become a necromancer in the school. She wants to become a chef, so she finds an abandoned place in the school to serve customers by creating her own type of magic, i.e. baking Necrotype Cafe. And the way you summon spells and spellcast the food is by writing and typing poems. So you type to the rhythm, type to the beat these poems, which then summons food, which then can serve customers. And the game's all about having new customers come in that want different orders, serving their needs, coming up with creative ideas and creative combinations, and hopefully trying to both serve customers and also ghosts. Since the room is haunted, you'll have to serve both customers and ghosts to make sure the ghosts are banished and the customers are served. So it's a matter of time management, typing, rhythmic, and cafe. So how did I do? Now you can give your offers. You know, I'm open my emails, messages are open now. I'm here to take suggestions if need be. But that would be our pitch. And alright, let's see. $10 billion for 20% of the company. 20%? Not happening, sorry. At most I'll do 3. Even if it's 10 billion. Okay, take your money, you have yourself a deal. Good. Gotcha. Someone say poems? I did. I helped us spend a stream trying to come up with poems. That sounds like fun. And you're willing to fund the game? 2 million? Good. Got a lot of investors here in chat. That's great. With all of that said though, if my pitch didn't happen to convince you, which I'd be surprised, let me show you the current version of the game. And hopefully, because of all the work we've been doing, the game is in a functional state where it's basically working, where we're at the finish run for prototype. Let's see. So I can go ahead and go ahead and get out of my business suit by doing this. There we go. Now let's go ahead and grab Bobby. You know, gotta get the old programming plushie for both emotional support and stress relief if I need to squeeze him on the matter. And just wondering why you're here? Just appeared for color. I don't know. I mean, you're just here. You just are. So with all of that said, let's go ahead and go into Godot. Here we are. And here we are on the menu screen. Roses are red, violets are blue. Take all our money, and it goes to you. Lovely poem. That is great. Exactly. That's what's gonna happen. Hopefully, you know, I want to earn it though. 2 billion for 20%, not happening. Not at all. So I can go ahead and start our game like this. And I can go ahead and pop it out here. And here we are. Here is the game, the main menu. Let me go ahead and mute the background music. So here we have some levels, and I did this, I think, in 20 minutes before stream started. Hi, Disco. Welcome. And indeed, it is Godoting time. Welcome back. Right now, these buttons are a little bit messy, but it does tell you what happens for each level. I could probably add a name or something, but it gives you a little description of what's going on, which I thought was a nice touch. So let's go into the default level and see if we can, oops. Hold on. Let me make sure the make sure the collision objects are working. There we go. And also, before we do that, let me make sure the level length, okay. Level length is good. Spawn chance, spawn time. Let's make sure that's not 5 seconds. Let's do 20 seconds. That sounds good. Level length, how about 120 seconds? Customer spawn chance, let's make sure that's about, I'd say 80 maybe. We can also make sure the customer spawn time I'd say 15 seconds is good. Nice, that sounds really good. And I think ghost spawn chance, probably we want to make it 60% chance for the ghost to spawn. Okay, now let's click play. I forgot to add the settings for the default mode. Okay, here we are, and let me make sure I did read stuff. Oh, I see you again. Well, as fun as this is, sadly gotta run again. Have a good one, everybody, and enjoy the stream. Thank you for coming in the first place, Bootnik. I hope you have fun doing whatever you get up to. And 3 billion for 30% of the company in a Tesla. I'm not a car person. I can fly on my own, thank you very much. Now, teleportation technology, I could invest into that. And 2 million for 20% of the company. Nope, sorry, 20% again, far too much. So let's go ahead and try and see if the level does work. So I can go ahead and click default. Oops. You know, I always forget it's the small things. I forgot to hide the menu for debug. Okay, now let's give it a test. If I click 1, okay, so this is the timer. Timer ticks down. Oops, I clicked the wrong thing. It tabbed me out. Where are we at? Okay. Here is our menu for our customers. This is the cafe portion of the game. And then this is the spell casting area where you get to cast spells. 10%, sorry, gotta go lower than that. I'm not 10% is far too much. So here is a ghost. And what ghosts do is they change the way the game works. And we also have a customer here. Ignore the words. Forgot to hide that as well. But we can go ahead and seat this customer. Elevator disappeared. Not get on your floor. I talked to the administration office, and the ghosts are spawning far too much. So let me change those settings a little bit to see if I can better show off as, yeah, now that we've reached the quote-unquote end of prototyping as Godot closes, we now reach the testing phase, and to properly show how to, yep, ghost bug has been solved. I did solve it this morning. It was a little bit of a hack and slash, but it's fine, and this is really starting to take shape. I'm glad, and I'm really happy that it is. The testing portion is what it's going to come down to. So a lot of people trying to see, okay, does this feel good? Does ghost spawning every 20 seconds, 30 seconds? How does that feel? Does it feel nice? It doesn't? Okay, let's change it. That's what it's going to come down to. And as I'm trying to show the game, you can see me as well trying to figure it out. I don't want ghosts to spawn, as you saw, 2 ghosts already within just the beginning of the game. Let's see, let's change it a little bit. So right now it has it every 20. Let's try every 30 with a ghost spawn chance of, let's say, 30%. 30% chance, so maybe you'll get a ghost every 4 times. And then for customers, I think that's good. I think these settings are okay, we'll see. And, oh yeah, I did indeed solve the ghost bug. It was a matter of duct tape, just duct tape, only duct tape. It was a sad thing, and I hope I can fix it in a way that doesn't feel like I am putting it together. But now with this done, and the customer's tags are now hidden, let's give the game another go. I'll put this up here, so the mouse is up here. Okay, so ghosts shouldn't spawn as often, so I can show off the game a little bit better. But here you have your book, which holds all the customer orders, and you also have here this page in the book, which has the spell casting. So you have to go back and forth between here and seeing customers, surfing customers, and back here where you spellcast. And this is a little trash can that's just a red box at the moment. So let's wait on the customer to spawn. Give him a second, give him a chance to see if he'll spawn. We might have to increase the spawn rate of the customers, and optimization, yep, it can be done later. And customer's name isn't hidden, so let's go ahead and make sure that's a thing. And as well, customer spawn chance. Let's make this, that's every 15 seconds seems fine. Let's make it 90%. A lot of testing to see if we can get everything working. And as well, what do we need to do? Oh, I forget. Oh, customers, right, customers. I remember, their names need to be hidden, like that. So it's not as visible. Okay, let's try again. Let's see. Or never. Yeah. Optimization doesn't have to be #1 priority. My thing is my computer does like to freeze, so I'm wondering if other people's computers will freeze when playing the game, but that's the thing I'd have to get feedback on for testing. So it's not too bad. And excuse me, ma'am, we're stuck in the elevator room. We're all wondering if you can fix the elevator so we can go back to our dimensions. Like I said, take it up with HR. I don't deal with the elevators. I just happen to come by every so often. Alright, so let's see. Let's wait on the customer to see if they spawn. And then let's try to seat the customer and see if we can get through a day. Right now the game is set for 2 minutes. Oh, there we go. Customer spawn. So let's go ahead and seat the customer. And as you can see, the seats line up with what's on here. So it's 2 persons to every seat. Let's go ahead and take the customer's order. And they want a pink purple cake. That's what that means. And pink stands for sweet, purple stands for bitter. And oh, ghost spawned. And how do you deal with ghosts? You have to go and play the memory minigame. So you have to do memory, and Coco. So let's see if we can banish this ghost. B-O-O, comma, B-O-O, comma, B-O-O, comma, B-O-O, exclamation. Alrighty. So we have food for the ghost, and hopefully the ghost will be banished. And there we go. So now, temple's back to normal. Let's go ahead and get that customer. And we still need the sweet, sweet cake. So let's go ahead and do. So it seems ghost banishment does not work with setting everything to normal. That's good news to know. Okay, that needs to be fixed. Aside from that, let's see if we can do sweet, sweet cake. So sweet, or no, it was sweet bitter, wasn't it? Sweet bitter cake? All right. T-H-A-S-P-R-I-N-K-L-E-H-A-R-S-H-F-R-O-M. Exclamation. Alrighty. Let's grab this. Go back to the customer here. If they haven't left. Alrighty, so that customer's served, and you can see they're ready for their order. They leave happy. And it's just a matter of serving customers. Right now, there's only 2 minutes on the clock, but it'll be longer, probably 5 minutes. And look at that. Now we have the end screen of the game, which has the customer served. We served 1 customer. We served 1 ghost. We made 1 pour dish, and it seems it didn't take into effect what other dish we made. If we served 2 people here, then this should also be +2 or something of the sort. So that needs to be updated. So it seems before we can get into tutorials, we gotta modify and make sure that's working. First up is the ghost not changing back to normal, and the second is saying why the dishes served doesn't work, and I'm questioning that. So let's see if we can figure that out before we get into the levels. And I also noticed as well, there's a thing in the debug. What does that say? I'm curious. That's the basics of the game. Serve customers, serve ghosts, different flavors, serve them different orders, and rhythm typing. So it works. It's just about done. We need a tutorial, which is today's goal. But first, let's figure out this. What is all this? This is pretty important here to figure out. Why are you angry? And gonna break out of this. We're no longer in the elevator. I have no clue what you're talking about. Alrighty. Good lemonade. Okay, so first up, let's see. Error calling, error calling from signal, customer deletion to call. Cannot convert argument 1. I can't even see where it says. Cannot convert argument 1. What else are you trying to say? It's hard to see and read. From object to object? Okay, so let's see. Self is customer, and I think that's because it now says entity. So start customer deletion, it says cannot convert argument or object to object, which usually means it's a thing of if we go into here, this utility. About us, there's one TV here doing. I'm telling you, it's all in your head. Let's see. So if we go into start customer deletion here, customer to be deleted, we have customer. If we go ahead and find this in the Godot script, what do we have? Connect, move to exit. This guy here is start customer deletion, move to exit. And in move to exit, we have a exit customer, which is character body 2D. So that's probably why it's angry, start customer deletion, because this here says move to exit, character body 2D, when it should be maybe customer instead. So let's see, exit customer, try customer there to see if it works. And you smelling something is it too soon? We just started, it can't be. That should fix that error, hopefully. And then what's the other error? Closed. Ghost clear range. And this one is cannot, let's see, method expected 2 arguments, received 1. I'm guessing is what it's saying. So let's see, diffuse ghost effect to customer, and diffusing ghost. Gotcha. So if we go back to ghost, diffuse ghost. Oh, that would also, for some reason that says customer. Let's make sure that says customer. This says customer. And this should also say self, since it needs a ghost. All right, that should fix those 2 errors. And these are all words you know but make no sense. Hi, Amber Elkhart. I try my best to make it as understandable as possible for these streams. So if I'm not doing a good job, which it seems to be, I'll try to explain a little bit more. I would like more people to get into game dev. So if I can make it a fun and interesting experience. Right now we're getting bugs, and it's because the way Godot works is based off of signals. And the issue is it said object to object, and that's because I'm asking for a customer, but I'm giving it something else. And it doesn't like not matching up. So I just set it so that it's the same thing. It's requesting something and giving it something. Later free. Then again, there's only a void here. It was floating around, can't do anything about it. Well, then just relax and enjoy the ride. Okay, so saying all of that, that should be good. The last bug that we were having issue with was the ghost banishment. If we go back into our cafe, the way the game works is that while ghosts exist in the cafe, the music acts up. But once all the ghosts are banished, the music goes back to normal. But for some reason, that's not working. So let's see if we can fix that as well. And you're doing well, you don't even understand Excel, so not a good start. I see. And hello though. Hi, welcome to stream. And good, that's great. And yeah, Excel, oh boy. I don't envy you in the slightest. Excel is, I had to take classes for that, and it was confusing. Your antagonist abilities, like, I see. Smart on you. Okay, so in saying that, in our cafe, like I said before, the way ghosts work is when ghosts are banished, if you go down here, when ghosts are banished, they should stop the music changing. And the idea is that the tempo changes the way the music works, or not the music, the gameplay works, since it's focused around rhythm typing. If the rhythm part gets messed up and it starts going awry and crazy, I thought it added a fun element. The issue is Godot doesn't seem to enjoy that. So, saying that, what we can try to do is have it and check to see if we have a ghost spawn, why is it not working? And we can do that, and we can check that by doing print. I like printing on screen, but we can say print. And what we want to check to see when we banish ghosts is how many ghosts before banish, how many ghosts after banish. Because if we're getting different numbers and for some reason it's saying we still have 1 ghost and that's why the ghost isn't getting banished, that's important to know, and then that's how we figure out the error. And Godot's frozen, which means I take a good old-fashioned water break. Welcome back, Godot. And truly, you never outgrew printing to the screen. Hi, Elixir Morningstar. Welcome back to stream. And you never outgrow it. You just get better at it. Now I have colorful stuff that I can print to screen. It's beautiful. I'm never getting rid of print. You can't make me. It's not happening. So we can go ahead and do this here. Print ghost list, like that. And I can go ahead and grab you. And then we can do this. So we can do a check before and after to see if how many children we still have after everything. Have to go figure out how to make a Porygon. See you later. Thank you for coming to stream. See you soon. I hope you have fun. All right. So we have the ghost count before and the ghost count after. That should help us. One other thing we can also do is in our cafe. Oh, here we go. In our cafe, to make it a little bit easier to test, what I want to do is set it so that we can have the debug menu. And what we can say, for example, is you can see here utility.start timers. In our level tester, or in our level, where are we at? Level data, let's make a bool. So I can go ahead and do @export var show debug menu like this. And let's set it to false by default. And then what that does is for all of these, show debug menu, bool equals false. There we go. And I mean, you could learn to set breakpoints and set it up through proper debugging, but that's for keeners and tryhards. You know what? I do from time to time breakpoints, but I've just like seeing it print. And I like adding print messages. I think they feel fun. Especially when it's the thing of, hey, why are we in this code? Instead of just having the breakpoint do it. It feels more fun that way. So we can all go ahead and have it say false, which means all of these levels here that I have set up are false by default, which is good. And why I'm doing this is because if we have a debug level that I'm making, I can just check it off and say, hey, on this spawn, show the level or don't show the level, which makes it nice. Real engineers test in production. Exactly. Who cares about limit, or not limit, what is it? Testing with, I think it's limit testing or it's something else. Testing with unit, there we go. Who cares about unit testing? That's not a thing at all. So let's see, expected end of statement, where are we at? Who's angry? Level data equals null. Someone's angry here. Could not parse global class. Okay, what are you angry at, level data? Are you happy now, cafe? Close cafe, reopen cafe. Yeah. Sometimes it gets angry for no reason, so I just close and reopen and it works. And unit testing, more like unit testing. Unit testing. No one does it. I don't know if people say it happens, it doesn't. It does, but not for me. Not around here. I still don't know how to do it. And I'll probably have to learn, and it'll probably cost me a lot of time, but psh, we'll be fine. And you'll be back in about 30 minutes. Please save a couple of delicious bugs for later. I hope that won't be the case, but see you soon, McQueen. Thank you for coming. Alright, so in our here, get ready, we can also say in our utility, where we at? Current cookbook level. So this is where we set up all of the levels. This is where this goes for the cafe. So in here, what we can do is say debug menu dot visible equals, and then we have the level data dot show debug menu. So all this does is say, all right, do we have to show the debug menu or don't? That way, in our levels, for example, our prototype level, which is right now our testing level, or not our testing levels. Right now, my testing level is no entities. So I can just check this, and then that debug menu should show up. And we can go ahead and test this. If I click play, and open it, and I go to levels, if I click level 1, debug menu shouldn't show up. So you can see here, no debug menu. If I go back into our levels again, I click forward, debug menu should show up, and it does. It's a nice way to do it without having to toggle it on and off, depending on if I want to test it or not. I can just toggle it on and off in Godot. That way I don't have to do it on my own. And this level I made so it's just nothing spawns, so it gives me a chance to test everything without having to have things spawn randomly. So for example, because we're having issues with the ghost spawning, I can just spawn one ghost in and have them there, and we can go ahead and test the food. Oh, one other thing. I didn't do this last time, and nope, Godot crashed, which means more water. But I didn't do this yesterday, where I just kept making the food every single time. You don't have to do that, and I realized that. That's why a lot of developers, when they're testing and debug menus is one thing, but they also have a button maybe for spawning stuff. That's a good idea. And I semi-did that. What I did is I just had a, where are we at? The products manager is responsible for creating all of the food. I can go in here and spawn an item, put it under product manager, and where are we at? Product manager here. And that's food. So this should help in making things easier to test. That's why I'm grabbing it, and this is also double screen. There we go. And what I can do with this item, how the item works, I can just make it Cocoa, and let's do memory, and it's perfect. There. Now the grade score. So I don't have to go do the rhythm typing to test and everything. I just pull the item in there so it's already there when the game starts. And I don't have to worry about typing to the rhythm, and it makes the testing very quick. I can click the spawn button and then give the food, and then we can test that way. So let me get water. Great. I also need to make it so the timer gets disabled for a testing game or something of the sorts. I feel like there's a lot of debug buttons I can do. For now, we can just spawn a ghost like that. Let's wait for the music to change. It's changed now. So when we give it, it should start off saying 1 and then 0. 1, 1. Ah, okay. That's good news. We figured out why. So the reason why it's not emitting that signal I say as Godot closes, is because for some reason, Godot's not registering that Godot still thinks the ghost is in the game. So to figure out that part of it, now we need to test and print. Print what Godot's saying. And again, yeah, there's breakpoints, but I like printing. So back in Ghost Manager on our banish, we can also now print, if I can do print get child, or get children, children, to see what we're getting. And I can go ahead and print children here, and print children here. So the hope is that it should say no children, but since it's saying 2 children, something wonky's up. So we can go ahead and click play, and do a quick test, which is nice. Instead of having to wait and type, I can just click ghost, spawn the ghost, wait for the ghost to change the music, feed the ghost, and it says ghost twice. The ghost isn't getting deleted from the parent. And also something else. I know there's a thing up here I can also test, and you can't see it. Hold on. Like this. There's something up here in settings you can click as well. So I think what I have to do is after we queue free the ghost, queue free deletes the ghost. I think what we have to do is what is it called? Ghost list dot erase, something like that. There's a way we have to delete a children. I think it's remove child, and then we do ghost here. I think that'll work. We can test and see. So we go back to play, then we go ahead and do levels, go back into 4, spawn the ghost, go back to food, give it a second to change up the music so we can test and see, and you can't see what I'm seeing. There we go. All right, so we give it to the ghost, and what do we say? Nothing. Wonderful. And you can see at the bottom there as well, if I highlight it here, it says temple to normal. So it's working now. For some reason it wasn't earlier, but I think we fixed the 2 bugs that were having issues before, which is wonderful because it means we can now test the game again. Let's go ahead and click main menu, and now let's test that normal game mode again and see if, now we need to see why the numbers weren't serving despite the fact we were serving 2 customers. What do I need to do? I think it's maybe from the ghost not emitting when they're being served. Let's see. Hold on. Let's see. What was the issue? I don't remember. And that's okay. That is what all testing is about. And Godot's closed, I think, 5 times already. That's a new record for it. I'm surprised and a little concerned. It did so well yesterday, but we're all right. So next up, let's just double check on the spawning in the end score, and then we should be good. And while I'm waiting, let me get some, well, never mind, but I'm still gonna go, buddy. Hold on. Godot closed again. I didn't even get to touch it. It just closed. All right, let's try again. Hopefully this time it decides it wants to keep open. It's not even running the game. It's just closing. Very odd. Okay, so back in here, the next thing we need to do is go back. Well, now we can close customers unless Godot freezes, in which case I guess I also get some water too. I'm surprised. So, okay, not even bug testing in my game, but bug testing on Godot itself, which is super odd, but that's okay. It's a matter of waiting for it to fix itself and figure it out. So back on our level manager, what we need now is to go to our end screen, and that's game over. And I don't know, I suspect, well no, when you make a food, it immediately says food has been created. And I'll show you what I mean. If we go back to our game over screen, so this guy here, this was all the stats we had. We had we had a customer served and a ghost served, but we only had 1 dish created. And that's why I'm wondering, what's going on? So we can go ahead and figure out that. And to do that, what we can do is, let me close minigame over, and you're making this way more sense in Excel. I'm glad. I mean, that's not a very hard challenge to top. But regardless, I'm happy it's working. So in here, we have signals for Godot, and the signals are basically saying where are we at. It signals when a customer is left angry, it signals when a customer is served, it signals when a ghost is served, and it signals when a dish is served. And right now, dish served doesn't seem to be working. And if we go Control-Shift-F, we can go and find where I use signals for dish served down here. I use it and I set it up in utility, and I also use it for the player. And what happens here is when the when the player serves a... I figured it out. So I think the reason why it's not working is because it only works when the customer is served an order. It's not tracking when the customer serves a dish to a ghost. So what we have to do is go here, and make sure when we do it up here for ghosts, and where are we at? If I go down here, it's only tracking when it's only tracking customers are served. We also need to do it for ghost. So down here, I have a function for ghost. And what we have here is if the ghost has been served, so it just has to have a flavor that's memory. Here is also where I need to do dish served. But current items after null, so let's make sure that it says dish served. So that should also take care of the other bug that we had that wasn't tracking when the dish was served. So this is served when the ghost is served and when the customer is served. Because it was only there for the customer, it only worked for the customer. So now both should work. So now hopefully the game is now functional. Fingers crossed. With all of that said, if we go back into our prototype level and switch it up a bit, where are we at? Prototype, there we are. And I want to set the ghost spawn chance to about 20% instead, every 30 seconds, so it's not as bad. And let's give the game a try again. So I can click play, and I can click into levels. Let's go back into our prototype level, which is this one. This is default. That's supposed to be the whole default experience. So now let's try and see, with those 2 bugs fixed, as well as the detecting not working, hopefully the game's now working in terms of detecting everything and sensing everything. So let's see if we can get a playthrough of the game in the currently 2 minutes. So I'll click play, and now we have the let's fix that really quickly and make sure the product isn't here anymore. So let's go ahead and delete that. Lovely. Okay, and let's go ahead and click play again and give it another go. All right, so levels 1, here we are. We're back in the game. Again, we have our spell book, which we can track and see which customers need to be served, and we also have our spellcasting book. And then we're waiting on the customer to spawn. The customer should spawn. How often should the customer spawn? Let's see. Customer should try to be spawned every 15 seconds, and customer has been spawned. Lovely. So let's go ahead and sit this customer down. So because it's this one, it means this seat. That's what the seats match up to, which is true. So we can go ahead and go up to this customer here and say, how may I take your order? And they want a bitter cake. And oh, we have another customer. This customer, don't know what they want yet, but let's go try to make a bitter cake. Let's go up here. The spellbook automatically opens when you're in this room now. So bitter cake. All right. THESAV, NO, NOW, exclamation. And that was a perfect cake. All right, so this Necromancer wants a bitter cake. Go ahead and serve them that. They're all good to go, they're eating. Oh, ghost just spawned. All right, so we'll grab your food. We'll go ahead and have you served and sit down. You then need to be served your order. They leave happy, and then that sweet bitter. Alrighty, sweet bitter. Let's first do a memory to get that ghost out of here. So memory, and then it's Coco. B, O, O, comma, B, O, O, comma, B, O, O, comma, B, O, O, exclamation. Alright, we have that. We can go ahead and serve the ghost. Alrighty, Necromancer, what do you want? You want sweet bitter, alright. You sit down. We go ahead and have you, what do you want? Sweet bitter as well. So 2 sweet bitter cakes. Let's go ahead and try to do that. Sweet bitter cake. And we want 2 of them. A-G-E-N-E, comma, T-H-E-F-L-A-N-K, comma, H-A-R-S-H, B, comma, B-I-T-K-E. Oh, game's over. And let's see. 2 customers served, or 1 customer served, 1 ghost served, 1 perfect, 1 poor. It seems we're all good. So it seems the game is working, unless I did serve 2 customers, but I don't think I served 2. We can check. So spawn customer, customer's ready to order, customer order taken, stating customer. I don't think so. I think customer's ready, customer leaves happy. Checking the logs here, you can see. Another wonderful reason I keep it printed is because I can have all of this printed. So customer has been served, spawn ghost, customer's ready for check, customer leaves happy, so that's 1 customer. We don't have a ghost banished. We do need to add that, but aside from that, that's the logs of the game. So it's working, which is wonderful and great. We're back at the starting point. We fixed everything to make sure it's not a not breaking, and it seems now the game can be played from start to end. So game over means the kink burned on you. No, game over just means that's the day over. And I guess what we would want is the game to be over when all the customers are served or customers leave. That's how I've had a game work before. And I guess, yeah, maybe we should change that as well. And hi Chilkies, welcome to stream. So let's, yeah, okay, let's do it that way. Game is over when the timer's up and when the customer menu or customer list is empty and when the ghost list is empty. I think that's a good point. Instead of just the game closing, I think the game should have to finish before everything. So even though the timer's up, that just means no more customers can spawn in. Also, look at this, more red. So what are you angry at now? So cannot convert, argument 1 from object to object, which again just means if we go to Control-Shift-F, we have this object, which is, if we go up here, this is a customer, and it is angry. Start customer deletion. We find it. What does it want? Start customer deletion. It should be customer, move to exit. Move to exit is customer. And then cafe manager, remove from stop occupied list, remove target from occupied list. Where are we at? Remove target from occupied list. Where are you at? Here. Target. So start customer deletion has to do, if we go back into utility here, emit. Nope, that's not what we want. We have this signal here. So customer to be deleted, start customer deletion. Oh, I think I know why. It wants a customer here, but in our start customer deletion, we have remove target from occupied list. However, that is no longer the customer in there, and I think that's why it's getting angry. So we should have remove target from occupied list. We don't really need this anymore. It's a little tricky. For example, this isn't really happening anymore, so maybe we don't even need this since it's not even working. I think that's fine, but I think a good thing is, and I think this is how it works for other games as well, the game doesn't end when the timer is over. The game ends when the timer is over and you don't have any customers left. So let's go ahead and say, back in our cafe, right now it's on level timer timeout, game over dot activate. What we should do is test and see when the game is over. Let's go ahead, and I'm thinking what we can do and say is have some sort of bool up here. Go var. Let's see. Cafe is empty. And then we have a bool and it equals false. And then we also have var day is over. And that is also a bool. We might not use both of these, but we'll see. Bool equals false. And what that means is that if the day is over, which we have here in our process, here we go. If day is over, so I'll go ahead and do if day over, and give it a second, it froze. But if the day is over, then we track and see when the customers are no longer, we don't have any more customers when we don't have any more ghosts. Then the day's over. But the day is not over when the timer's over. Which I think makes sense. Let's go ahead and get water. Since Godot likes to freeze up on me, might as well make something out of it and have a mini water break. Let me get all nice and comfy too. And look, it's not destroying itself. So if day is over, and if day is over, I think this is fine. What we should have is some sort of, in our ghost manager, we have get children, I think. Or export var cafe, that's fine. We have the ghost spawner in our ghost manager. And here in our get children, let's have a function just to check child count. So func, check, how about instead, func, no ghost. No ghost. So if no ghost, some sort of bool like that. And it's a bool, and it returns this. There we go. Like this. And we can go ahead and get rid of that. And because we'll use it outside, we can just say if no ghost. So if no ghost, we disable it. Like that. I think that's good. And then what we can do is go to our customer manager and do the same thing. So we're going to check both for our customer manager and our ghost manager. So on here we have all of these guys, and okay, let's go ahead and do Funk Ready and CNC. Hi, Dark Parm. Welcome back, and boo, there's a ghost. Ah, so spooky. I'm shaking in my boots. So we can go ahead and do, let's see, customer list dot get child count. Instead of no ghost, it'll be no customers. There we go. And then in our cafe, what we can have is have an export var for at export var. Oops, unless I do hashtag. I did say welcome as well, right? Welcome to the stream. So at export var a customer manager, manager of type customer manager. Oops, not customer, customer manager. And we'll also have a ghost manager. Let's go ahead and do that. Ghost manager of type ghost manager. Ghost, like that. Ghost manager, there we go. And then in our cafe, we can go ahead and close the prototype, and it should let us, oop, what's down here? So if day is over, what we do is do in our if customer manager dot no customers and ghost manager dot no customers, or no, not no customers, no ghost. Then we go ahead and have the game over activate. And then we can go ahead and say, if day is over equals true when the timer ends. There we go. So something like that, I think looks a lot better. That way the game just doesn't end when the timer ends. You have to finish serving everyone there, and customers can't be spawned anymore. Let's see. Let's also add that as well, that customers can't spawn and ghosts can't spawn, and I think we'll be good. So if day is over, what we also need to happen, or we need to remove, where are we at? So day is over, cafe is empty. That we don't need that anymore since we're checking it with the managers. And then what we also need to do is, in our ghost manager, I think we have a reference to the cafe. Yep, we have a cafe. So on ghost button pressed. Instead, what we have here is on attempt spawn. So right now I have it set in our level settings. If I have the ghost spawn chance, or a spawn chance of 0, you can kind of see there, I don't know if you can see. If it's a spawn chance of 0, then it can't spawn anything. Or cafe dot day is over. There we go, like that. So if the day is over, we don't spawn any more customers. If the day is over, we don't spawn any more ghosts. So I just add that to our ghost manager. I also add it to our customer manager. Let's see up here. And now we should have it so that it doesn't work. Oh, day, cafe. Here we go, cafe. So now when the timer's up, if we still have customers and ghosts, we have to serve those guys. And to do a quick check, that's really simple to do. What we can go ahead and do is go back to our prototype, and not on our prototype, in our no entities, this guy right here. Let's go ahead and spawn back the, where is it at? Hold on, item. Let's grab an item again, put it in our product manager, and just make it a food, the memory. Oops, hold on. I need to drag it into here. There we go. Put it in the product manager, and make sure that item is a, how about a cookie? Cookie, that's memory. Let's make it perfect. There we go. And from there, I want to check to see if that timer if the timer is ending, we should be good. And to do that, what we can do is go back into our no ghost or no entities level here. Let's set the timer to 3 seconds. That way we can spawn a ghost and see, even if the day is up, because there's still ghosts and customers in the game, that should work. So let's go ahead and test it. So I can go ahead and also say, not only do we want to try this with ghosts, let's also try this with customers as well. And I can go ahead and drag this one here. So this one's gonna be a, I don't know how to do customers right now, or spawn specific customers. Ghosts take all memories, so let's save on that. Let's try the ghost for now. So I can go ahead and open this guy really quickly. I can go into level 4, spawn a ghost. So you can see back there the day is up, and oh, look at that. So non-existent function, no customer. So if customer manager, this is saying it's broken. Why is it broken? No customers. Oh, do I have no customers? No, that's right. If customer manager, hold on. if I go back into cafe, oh, I didn't assign them. Forgot to do that. So now they're in the, now they're assigned to cafe. There we go. Now we should be good. And I also want to move the debug menu. Let's do that too. Move that guy from the timer so we can see it on screen. And go ahead and hide it. Alright, now let's test it about the spawning and everything. Oh, I heard that sound. 1 second. Where are we at? I see. What do I see in the future? Jose Espinoza? Is that how you say it? Thank you for the subscription on YouTube. Tell me if I got that right. I'd like to get names correctly, but thank you for the follow. I say follow. Thank you indeed. Okay, so let's go ahead and try again with the 4, spawn a ghost. So this is a timer. When the timer's up, it just keeps going. So we need it to not do that, whatever that is. And I think it's because maybe it's an auto start. So let's see. If it should be a 1-shot timer. The level timer, there we go, that's why. 1 shot is not checked off, so it just keeps restarting. Alrighty, we're good to go in that aspect. So now, levels, back all over again. We can go ahead and click 4, spawn the ghost, so now this shouldn't keep going. It should stop, and stop there. Alright, and then when I serve the ghost, the game should end, since there's only 1 ghost. Let's see. There we go, like that. And it was a perfect item, and the ghost is served. Lovely. Okay. That's good news, and it's working. And now we should be caught up, and I think, yeah, having the game work that way instead helps. Let's do one more test, and then if the tests and everything's good to go, we can move on to trying to do the tutorial. As we can't really do the tutorial and have a day playthrough if this part's not working. So it's a little bit of management, and let's see. We'll go ahead and do a typical level and typical game mode. Ignore the cookies, you don't see them. We'll just grab those later. We're waiting on the ghost to spawn, and let me go ahead and mute this as well. And it's taking a while for the customers to spawn, isn't it? Might need to fix that. Oh, and have it so it's a guaranteed spawn? I don't know. As yeah, it did take a second. That did go through a whole chunk of the game. We'll have the customer's reading, customer's ready to order. What does the customer want? A bitter cake. Okay, let's run over here and get the bitter cake. We have to go bitter, and cake. THESAD, comma, NO, comma, NOW, exclamation. And I also think we should have a sound played when the customer spawns and when a ghost spawns. That way you can tell. And hi, Master Suja. Welcome to game. Welcome to the stream. So we can all go ahead and have that server served. Alrighty, what do you want? Let's see. We want sweet bitter, and a ghost is here. We already have this food, so might as well use it. There you go. Alright, so sweet bitter. And what do you want? Sweet bitter and sweet. And look at that. Customer. We found another bug. Is today just a bug day? Is that how it's happening today? We'll see. So sweet bitter, sweet. Got ya. And what do you want? Sweet bitter, sweet. Okay. So let's see. Bitter. So we need sweet. Go ahead and do that. SOSEBLAHHB. Oh, that's N. BLA, comma, SK, comma, FROBLAH, comma, TBLEH, exclamation. Alright, we have sweet, and at least you found them. Yay, it's a work in progress always with bug finding. So this guy is what they want. Go ahead and pick you up, and the day's over, but the game shouldn't end, because we still have customers. So we can go ahead and serve you, and we have 3 guys left. So we have 2 sweet bitters we need to do. And what do you want? Let's see. You want a sweet bitter as well. Everyone wants sweet bitter, apparently. Alright, so sweet bitter. A-G-E-N-E, comma, T-H-E-F-L-A-N-K, comma, H-A-R-S-H, comma, B-I-T-K-E-D, comma, B-R-Y-N-C, exclamation. Alrighty. So who ordered this? It is, oof. Let's give it to the person in the middle. They seem to need it most. There you go. And we'll go ahead and grab the other person. We'll do it again. A-G-E-N-E, comma, T-H-E-F-L-A-N-K, comma, H-A-R-S-H, comma, B-I-T-K-E. D, comma, BRYNC, exclamation. All right, that's another cake. And let's go ahead and have them. The person wants to leave. I haven't let them leave yet, so you're free. And they also have a timer thing, so there seems to be some sort of error with that we'll have to fix. Yeah, everyone's not resetting for some reason, so we'll have to see. I think it has to do with that prepare for customer deletion thing that I had, that I deleted and that I didn't need. So we'll see. One more is sweet bitter, and then once we do that test, we'll be good to go. So let's go ahead and do sweet bitter. A-G-E-N-E, comma, T-H-E-F-L-L-A-N-K, comma, H-A-R-S-H, comma, B-I-T-K-E-D, comma, B-R-Y-N-C, exclamation. All right, so now this is the last person. They want sweet bitter. Let's go ahead and give them that. Let them eat. Let them get served. And once they leave, that should be it. Once they get here, the game should end. Fingers crossed. And there, look at that. And it has 5 customers served, 1 ghost served, 1 perfect, 1 nice, 1 poor. And it's working. The only issue is about that customer pop-up, and I think that can be solved. Maybe, we'll see. And to test how to solve and make sure that's solved, I think we have to disconnect or clear it. And I don't think that's that hard, and I say it's gonna close it, so we'll reopen that, but good news is it's working, basically. I feel like I say that every time. It's always one thing that's a little bit off. Let me get some lemonade. Okay, so let's go ahead and quickly figure out that bit. So start customer deletion, I think that's what it was. Deletion. I think I spelled it right. So let's see. Cafe entity, start customer deletion, and the thing is it emits a customer to be deleted. So this guy here, and we don't really need this guy here. The way I have the game set up is I have, where are we at? A book, and that was the book, and we'll have to use the book, I think, for the tutorial as well. And it's this guy right here. It's the book that we have open, and there's these different pages we'll have to get to. But for now, there's this customer tab that has all the pages on the customer. And we need it to say, or have some way to say, okay, when a customer gets deleted, I say as that also has a double screen up, and Godot closes again. But for some reason, the customer screen isn't getting cleared when the customer gets deleted. We need to quickly redo that whenever the customer is deleted and figure that out and figure out why that's not working. And I think to do that, all we have to do is when the customer gets unassigned, we just unassign from their seat. We just say, hey, yeah, do that thing that you have to do with the customer tab. Just make sure it's removed. So some signals I think would be really quick to do. In our book, in our where are we at? In our tabs, what we need is where are we at? In our customer tab here. Customer tab is a margin container. And in our customer tab, we have a bunch of these guys, which are our customer progress tabs. And our customer progress tabs have a function called unset customer. So, unset customer, where is this being used at? It's not being used anywhere. And I think that is why we're having issues. So if we go ahead and have, well, it's not unset, it's unseat customer. So we need to have this function work outside, or at least have a, what is it? Something. something with the something. It is the target. So in our target here, in our targets, in our seat target, what we do is say, and if I go into our target Godot script here, what we want to happen is on an unassign, which happens when the customer gets up, if the customer's leaving or something of the sort, we need to say, hey, yeah, we're gonna need you to leave with your seat. And the question is how to do that, especially since the customer's seat now isn't assigned. What we want to happen is, and I'm thinking as well, so unseat customer, we need a way to check this. And how I think we should check it is not by seat. Since that's not working anymore, we need to check it by customer. And then if customer or well, I say character, but really it's a customer. So let's just make this customer since it is a customer. So if customer is our customer of choice, and we can go ahead and say test customer. So if customer and the customer we currently have matches the customer, since this is a signal, it sends it out to everyone. And in our utility, you can see, or maybe I don't have utility. Nope, I do. So in our unset customer, we have unset customer. And then in our utility, we need to have our test customer, which is our customer here. Like this. Oop, hold on. Where are we at in our utility.emit? Our unset customer. Yeah, okay. This needs to be unset, or I rather disconnect customer panel. I think that works a little bit better as a name to tell you what's going on, since this customer panel is connected to a customer, but when a customer is added to the game, it connects. And when a customer is deleted from the game, it needs to disconnect. So I think disconnect is a better name to say instead of unset. So we can go ahead and have it here. And then in here, instead of unset customer, it's disconnect customer panel. And we can go ahead and have it not any of this target stuff, but character to disconnect. Instead, let's make it just customer, C-U-S-T-O-M-A-R, customer to disconnect. And then it's just a customer. So we can say it's a customer to disconnect and it's of type customer. And then, hi Art Guru, welcome back to stream. Welcome. So then in our customer, in our cafe, in our customer manager, when our customer is about to get deleted, what we now do is have it say, hey, customer's about to get deleted, so chop chop. So we can go ahead and do utility.emit or .disconnect customer panel.emit, and then our customer. And this should hopefully fix our customer problem with it not connecting or not disconnecting. So let's see if that works. And if it works, then we're good to go. And I think we've squashed all the bugs. Fingers crossed. So let's go ahead and try. And to do that, what I know we can do actually, now I'm thinking about it, let's just go for our customer manager, or not customer manager, in our products here, this item, let's make it a cookie and make it sweet. And that should be good. And I have a game mode for Medimancers that all just get sweet cookies. So we don't have to prep the food to test. We can go into here into sweet cookies for sweet healers. Oh, hold on. Utility.unset customer. Oh, right. It crashed because it's the wrong name here. It's not unset customer, it's disconnect customer panel. That is important. All right, let's give it another go. So levels, sweet. Here we are. Okay, so a customer should spawn and it should be the Medimancers, and they're gonna want a sweet cookie. And wouldn't you know it, we have a sweet cookie up here to test. So we're waiting on the customer to spawn, and we might have to change the spawn, as I said before, as this is a very long time to wait before a customer is attempted to spawn. It's taking years. I can feel the age. Oh, there we go. So yeah, we'll need to have a way to guarantee a spawn within the first few seconds, I think. And oops, would you look at that? We have another thing here. So on unassigned customer, unset customer self. So this does not need to happen anymore in target since we're doing it outside of target. And this target is the seat. So we can go ahead and say, nah, doesn't need to happen when we unassign character. I'll wait for that to finish as it's frozen, so I'll get some water. And there's just a lot of testing to make sure things are working properly in a functional state without it actually crashing. And oh, well, I guess I'm not having my water, unfortunately. All right, let's go ahead and save. And now let's give it another try since the unset customer is not a thing anymore. Let's go ahead and do levels, Medimancer. Also, before we even do that, let's up the spawn rate. So I can go to Medimancer, Mayhem. And right now the customer tries to spawn every 20 seconds. Let's make it every 5 seconds. There we go. All right, now let's click play and test it. Levels, Medimancer, every 5 seconds they should attempt to spawn it. 900, yeah, isn't it lovely? And welcome, I believe I've seen that name before, Zenovera. I feel like I've seen it before. But hi, welcome to stream. So I can go ahead and sit this Medimancer down and they should want a cookie. And let's see if they want a cookie. Let's see. What do you want? You're reading. And what do you want? Cookie. Yep, sweet cookie. So I can go ahead and grab the sweet cookie we already have here. Serve it to the customer. Let them eat the cookie. And then they should, when they leave, and it should close. Ah, I see. Hi, welcome back then, Dungeons and Determinations. And indeed, it works now. It's not dying on us, which is good. It's not funny acting. And I say, did you use the name before? I really do feel like I have read that one specifically. But welcome back regardless, and it's working now, which means I get to save. Since the game's now functional, the serving customer thing works correctly, all of that's good to go. So let me go ahead and save it as a backup, which you should be doing. I will never stop saying it. Use either save zip your game, Godot or Unity or whatever you use to make your game. Make sure you're zipping it and saving it somewhere on your computer, or using some file source saving thing like GitHub. I'm using GitHub for Visual Studio, and I'm saving it there on on a backup on there, so I have changes if they need to be saved. So save changes, and I'll go ahead and save this as functional game. There we go, and make sure stage and commit. And maybe for the draw, yeah, it was probably for that, for maybe the first half of it. I think that was it. Yep. I'm pretty sure it was. Yeah, 100%. All right. So with all of that said, we have the game. It's working. It is functional and it's not broken. And I've saved it, so now it's in a state. If we break it again, we have this functional mode. With all of that said, let's go into concepts, and now we can actually get started with the level creation and not level creation, oops. We are working on tutorial. That's what we're doing today. So let me go ahead and turn on my tablet. And for those of you who have witnessed me messing around with the game and figuring out how the game works, you kind of have an idea now of how it works. The goal is to make a tutorial that will show the player how to play the game without it being too confusing or I guess too stressful, and hopefully show the player how do game work, how play, and how do. And I guess, how can we do it? I'm thinking we have to show off the features, right? The 3 parts of the game is let's go here, and where are we at? The 3 parts of the game are, you have to serve food, you have to serve, you have to seat, or I guess not seat, but more so tend to customers, USTOMERS, and you also have to spellcast, SPELLCAST. I think those are the important things you have to be able to do in order to play the game. So we need to show the player how they can serve and interact. I guess that's a better way to say it. So serve/interact. INTERA. I feel like it's 2 R's. Is there for interact? INTERCT. No, only one. Gaia. I got it right the first time. Wonderful. INTERACCT. There we go. Serve and interact. And not only do they need to do that, they need to, well, I guess they don't really need to tend to customers, do they? That is the interact bit. Let's go ahead and erase that. And we don't need that. The player only really needs to know how to do 2 things. They need to know how to spellcast, and they need to know how to serve and interact. And step 1 is figuring out how can we teach them how to do these things. For example, when you play the game, and let me go ahead and pull it up on here and click play so I can show it and show what I mean, as I will go and spawn a customer, and also grab my screen cap, go ahead and have the customer sit down, and then take a picture of everything. So we need to do a few things, and I'm putting up I'm saving the game so we can see, as there's a lot of different ways you can have the customers work. Let me go ahead and have this screenshot here, I'm thinking. Yep, I'll do it here. And then I'll have that saved to here. So we have a few to work off of. I'll grab you and actually make you this big. We have that. And we also have, let's see, the menu itself. Let's go ahead and copy that. Okay. And I can go ahead and close the game. There's 2 things the customer needs. Well, not the customer, the player, right? Is knowing what is this. If you play the game and you're just playing and you're wondering, okay, well, What's this mean? And let me find a good circle and close that. What's this? What does this mean? And you go to the flavors and you're trying to figure out which flavors to select. You need to know how to make the food. And I guess that's step 1, making said food. So we need to figure out a way to translate what this means. So I'm thinking we just have an atlas say, all right, this flavor means, or this color means this flavor. So this color, or color, O-L-O-R, equals flavor, L-A-V-O-R, O-R. And then we have the symbol, in this case it's cookie. So symbol, S-Y-M-B-O-L equals product, P-R-O-D-U-C-T. Like that is what I'm thinking. So for example, we can have, and let me add some, I guess, mint chips. So you can't see those. How about some purple chips here for a cookie, like this. There. Some symbol equals product. So I'm thinking maybe to show the player and to make sure the player remembers, especially if we have things that go on and more additional flavors added, what we can have is the book can load up all of these things. So I'm thinking we have a page in the book, and the left page can show all of the flavors, and the right page can show all of the products. I think that's a way to show the player what is what without having to tell them well, it tells them without saying, all right, here's a paragraph of instructions on how to play the game. It just has symbols equal this to make it a little bit easier. Let's have some sort of think. Now, the question is, do we have flavors on one side? That's what I'm thinking. Because we have flavors first, and then we have product. We have flavor. And I'll do this in green. How about that? Flavor, L-A-V-O-R. And then we have product, P-R-O-D-E-U-C-T. And I think step 1 is making sure the, the player, or the user, player user knows how to make food. Let's go ahead, and that is the cooking part aspect. So I think it should work, I guess, in terms of task and goal. This tutorial, I'm thinking it should be some sort of tutorial level. So we should have some sort of tutorial level where it starts off with, all right, step 1, your first mission is getting the order from the customer. Let's go ahead and just throw a little customer here. Step 1 is seat and get order. So you have to serve customer. R-V-E, customer, E, customer, C-U-S-S-T-O-M-E-R. And maybe for now, the back walls will have different stuff appear on it. For example, there's going to be bookcases and windows. But for now, for this tutorial at least, we can just have it appear there to say, all right, this is what you need to do first, and have maybe some sort of checkbox to check off to show what you're doing. After we serve customers, that is the customer tutorial, and that is all about serving and interacting. That'll be done. Next up, then we need to make the food. Then serve food, R-V-E food, or serve product, R-O-D-U-C-T. And that takes care of 2 things. And then what we also need to do is then next up introduce Ghost. Let's go ahead and do this. This little spooky guy here with this little smile. Like I can't look creepy. So then you have to serve a ghost. Serve, E-R-V-E, serve ghost, G-H-O-S-T-S, serve ghost. And then we can also give some tips like how depending on the ghost will affect the customers and the radius, but I think that's good. We just need to have the player complete this task and have it work there on that sort of tutorial level, I think works. And another thing I never ended up doing, which I need to do, is that the spellbook should only appear, or this part of the spellbook should only appear when you're in this part of the cafe. It shouldn't appear, and you shouldn't be able to spell cast when you're in this area. So that's also a thing we need to fix as well. And another thing is there's a lot of little things that need to be tweaked. If we go back into Godot, I can show you. And I'll go ahead and click play. And we can go ahead into the test level, or the debug one. This one here. Something you can do, I say as a timer. Let's change that. So in our prototype 1, our level data, and in our, where are we at? So, okay, let's hide this for a quick second. And then in our level data on Medi Mayhem, our prototype, in our no entities, let's set the level length to 0. Then what we can do is say in our cafe again, if, and we can go ahead and do here, if level data dot level length is not 0, and that's a habit, the brackets from C++. So if not level data equal to 0, which just means if we're debugging and we're starting the cafe timers, we will do that. Otherwise, there's no need to do the cafe timers. It can be an infinite level. And we'll go ahead and do that. The level timers will start if we don't have it set to 0. That way we can always have some testing done. So I can also say, all right, I want this to be a timeless level. I can have it be a timeless level. If I want customers to spawn, I can also have customers spawn in a timeless level. So it makes it pretty customizable is the hope and the wish. Go ahead and click play here and go ahead in the levels. So now timer shouldn't start and we should be good to go. Debug menu is also up. So let me go ahead and get some lemonade. Okay, now that we're in here, let me mute it for a second. One thing we have to figure out is this wall right here. How this works is the camera transitions over. However, I never fixed this. So you can live over here, but not because of the way the angle works. So the player might be able to bug it out like that. So the camera's over there, but you're over here, and you're out there, and we're in here. So there needs to be a way to test and make sure that the player is here. And I don't know how to do that. This is my next question, making sure that the player is detected and that the level or the spellcaster, the spellbook can't be used. Let's go ahead and put the music back on. We go back into Godot. You can see this right here. This little wall thing makes it so that the player can only be in that area. I'm thinking maybe to fix it, we can just make that wall thicker. So if I go ahead and grab our player for a quick second, where are we at? You get moved. Let's make sure it's wider than the player. So we have our area swapper here. And then in our area swapper, let's make this collision bit wide, like this. That way the player can't pop in and out. I'm thinking, is that how that would work? And then, tricky, and Godot closed. So we open it again. Yeah, it would need to be some on enter. And I'm just not sure how we can do an on enter without a person just being able to flick, flick, flick in and out. As I thought making it thicker would work, but now I'm thinking about it, it's just the same issue. We would need to check to make sure that they've both entered this in taster, so we might need 2 of these guys. For example, maybe we need an area swapper there, and then also an area swapper for inside, so they need to go through both in order. I'm not sure. On area enter, go here. On area enter, go there. It's a little bit of a hack, and I'm wondering how to fix. How would we make it so that the player can't just flick in and out? And I'm not too sure. I thought it would work in the sense of the area swapper, but maybe the player also has to be in the area itself or in the area zone. Or maybe the area only works when you're sitting at the table. So for example, maybe we get another area swapper, not an area swapper, but we call this a spell casting zone, like this. And this spell casting zone is hopefully a different color. It's not the same. Let's see. If I move it over, oops. Go back to spell casting zone. Are you? Okay, you're not the same color. Wonderful. Okay. So I'm thinking we have a spell casting zone and the player must be in the spell casting zone in order to spell cast. And oops. Alrighty. Let's get you a new collision shape. Let's do collision shape. And then I think that's good to go. We have shape. Let's make the shape rectangle for now. Okay, good. And then the player just has to be in this zone in order to spellcast. I think is a good idea. You have to be near the table. Or maybe you have to be sitting at the basic. table or the front table at the very least. Let's see. If I go like this and this, you have to stand in this area here to spellcast. And blue's fine. Blue's a fine color. So this is the spellcasting zone. So if you're in the spellcasting zone, then you can spellcast. And maybe we also have it so that only while the player's in the spellcasting zone. So we can go ahead and say on body a swap body entered body exit. So maybe on enter, they can only do it. But they can kind of just enter, can't they? On enter, on exit. So I feel like there's a way to do it for the doors, but it's just how to do it. For example, this is on body enter. So now they're in the cafe. On body entered, now they're in the classroom. But if it's on body enter exit, now we're a cafe. So it's tricky. I definitely think it is. But I think maybe for now this is fine. And I want it to be, and we'll go back here. So what I want to have is utility. And in our utility, I want a variable for the player. And I want a variable called player in spell casting zone. Zone equals false. What I want to say is if you're not at the table, you can't spellcast. Once you are at the table, you can spellcast. So back in our spellcasting zone here, on our body entered and body exited, we can go ahead and disconnect this as well. Body exited, connect that to our cafe. And now, in our cafe, down here next to our area swapper and our level stays, so on spellcasting zone body entered, utility dot player spellcasting in zone equals true. And then when they leave that area, they no longer can spellcast. So when they're in the area, as long as they're in the area, it equals true. And we also need to make sure the body is a player. So let's do that as well. So let's see. If body is player character, then we do it. To make sure if ghosts do it or something of the sorts, it won't work. So you can't have a ghost chase you in that area. So player can only spellcast when they're in the spellcasting zone. And then what we need to do is have a way to update and check to see. And I'm not too sure how we can do that. I'm thinking maybe on body or spellcasting entered. We can swap the book options maybe. How I have it set up right now, if we go back into book, I can attempt to explain what all of this mess is. How the book works is that it has pages and sides. So right now I have a page tab for customer and I have a page tab for spellcasting. And I have a left page and a right page. And then I set up those panels depending on the page. And right now that is these margin containers. So for example, this is the left page and we have the customer tab and we have the spell generator. And then on the right page, we have the game over screen, we have the spellcasting, we also have the customer tab. So I have right now, technically, 5 pages. And in these 5 pages, I have 2 page tabs or page numbers at least. And we have the customer. So the customer tab would be, all right, for this customer page, I want this one. And it froze, so give it a second and I'll get some water. Like this. Okay, so what I'm thinking is you can't have the spellcasting open if you don't have that page up. And maybe we have to tell the player that they have a new page some way for some sort of index. I say as it wasn't pointing, but some sort of tab you get when you do pages, a tab indicator to say, hey, you have this page unlocked or something like that. It'll have page animations and flipping animations when we actually go into flesh, hopefully, with the pages, but for now it's just a simple page pop-up, a proof of concept instead of all fancy smancy stuff. I say as Godot is acting up and is very angry. So I'll go ahead and close it, save, and reopen it again. And while it's doing all of that, we'll go back into... Oh, never mind. You're back? No, not at all, McQueen, and welcome back. Welcome back. Nope, not at all missed. And bugs, we are past that. 100%. We have to do some management with tweaking things, but otherwise, we're good to go. When saying all of that, for example, one page is the customer tab left, that would show, and then this would show. And Wondering why the... Okay, there we go. So this would show and that would show, and that's the right panel. And spellcasting is also this panel, and ooh, huh. Hold on. That's a margin container. Right page. Ooh, well, I'm glad I found that out. It's supposed to be like this. There we go. Lovely. So it's supposed to look like this, where we have a left page and right page. So there's actually, yeah, there's 5 in total. So the customer tab can be shown, and both of these can be shown. So I'm thinking we only show this page. Where is it at? Here. So the spellcasting page only gets shown when you're in the spellcasting room. Otherwise, we don't add that page. And that's why I'm wondering, how can we set that up? So it's a thing. Right now, how it works is it's a dictionary in a dictionary. And I've had a lot of experience with that when trying to figure out how spellcasting works. And it's getting there, but this is the page, and then we have the page left and page right. So I'm thinking, so no bugs at all, not even one, right? Exactly. Things are going okay. Godot's closing, but aside from that, it's going okay. So what I want to happen is when the player is not in the spellcasting area, no page. When the player is in the spellcasting area, page. So how do we do this? And I'm thinking, well, actually, I don't know. We would need to have a way to add and remove these pairs, but I'm not sure how we would do it. And that's the tricky part. Right now, and you can see as well, that's the thing. Yesterday, we ran into a problem of instantiating. And for example, these guys are tabs, and this isn't ready. Oh, never mind. I did do it for here. I did do it. I did figure that out before. Never mind. As that's also up. Oh, no. It's not up here. I said it as all pages. All right. So in that case, we need a way to remove and add that page when it's not open. And we also need a way to keep track of what pages can be open. And that's why I'm thinking we have some sort of tab. And to show you what I mean, let me bring you back into concepts. And I can draw it right here. This is a nice little place to draw it. So we have the book, right? And then we have little tabs open for certain areas. And when you're able to do other things, let me grab this color instead. There's different tabs that let you know what page you're on. And it selects the different rectangles to show, hey, you have 3 pages you can open and you can flip to them. And then it shows those on top or below, depending on the page, and it gets added and subtracted. So I think that would be a good way to show what pages the player can open to help better explain how the book page and flipping works, instead of just how many pages can you flip to, how does it open and close, things of that nature. It's gonna be a lot of pairing, I think it's gonna come down to, and a lot of figuring that out, and that's always the tricky part. But once we figure that out, then we can add a menu to show, all right, this means this, to better explain to the player, so we don't have to type it out in a long description in a tutorial. We can just have symbols. Now that's usually a better way to explain things than writing out everything. Okay, so let's see. What we need to do is have some sort of way to append and delete and remove and add, and I'm not sure how to add dictionary, how to remove dictionary. So I'm thinking what we can do is have a append dictionary and remove dictionary bit. So for example, we have a var for spellcasting page, like this, spellcasting page, and then we go ahead and have it in our dictionary like that. So var spellcasting page dictionary, and then what we can do is have var temp like that, temp spellcasting page, and then it's a dictionary, and then have it equal, and this is where we can do spellcasting tab, like this. So it's its own dictionary that we can access, and then we can have it set so that it is spellcasting page equal temp, like that, temp spellcasting page. And then we can do the same for customer tab, I'm thinking. That way we can remove and edit without having to overall delete things. So customer page, and then we have a temp customer page like with this. So let's go ahead and just copy and paste like this. We have a temp spellcasting, we have a temp customer page like that. And then we have page name spellcasting, but we don't want that. We want this guy here like that. And then next, what we want is to have the set pages, but this is all pages. So all pages, temp, all pages. And to start out, you only have your spellcasting page. And what we can do instead of having the temp all pages, we can just say, and I think it's a dictionary append, but let's see. Let's just call this book. And I think I do call it book somewhere. No, we call the whole thing book. Let's say book, all pages worked. I think that worked fine. So all pages, dot, and then add, there's a way to append, I think. Or add a dictionary to a dictionary. Let me see. Godot. Okay, okay, I did read that. Godot for append dictionary. Let's see. Okay, so append dictionary merge. Merged. Merge. Got ya. And merge adds entries from dictionary to this dictionary. Good. Okay. So all pages dot merge is what we do. And then we merge temp spellcasting page. So now only the spellcasting page should show up, which should work. And then that is the key and the value. So this guy and this guy. So now only that page. So it should only have one page in total. And then when we add to the dictionary or remove the dictionary, it should be appended or removed. Let's see. Keep book open, allow book toggle. All of those happen when depending on where we're at. When we have disable spellcasting and enable spellcasting, that's for the buttons. The create customer tab, that happens for the pages. We don't need to worry about that. We don't need to worry about input. Term pages is already a thing. What we need now is a way to do func remove, R-E-M-O-V-E, remove spell casting, C-S-T-I-N-G, page, and a void for void and pass. And then we also need to do add as well. So func remove and func add. And then what we need to do is have our all pages, all pages dot merge, and I'm wondering how to unmerge, but for now, spellcasting page. That adds, so let's go ahead and do this instead. But for removing, I'm not sure. Remove. How do you unmerge a dictionary? Go for unmerge dictionary. Like that. And hi, Tokak. Bodai? Snake case? Where? Hold on. Ah, yeah, snake case. What do you mean? That camel case can work sometimes, but for how a Godot works at least, I mean, you can do your own and do camel case. Welcome back as well, but Godot likes to do their functions this way, so I just end up following what they do. But I do tend to like camel case, but because of the way the built-in functions are, I wouldn't want to do camel case for mine and then snake case for, well, camel case for mine and there's the snake case. So I keep it similar to what the engine has. With that emote. You prefer true snake cases? Oh boy, what's true? That's a little scary. How do I unmerge dictionaries? I think for now, we'll just pop back. I think that works, since this should be the last added. What is that? That's disgusting! Never do I want to see that again! I'll get it out of my sight! And so many underscores! How do you live and sleep with yourself? Ugh! All pages dot pop back, I think? How do you pop? Dot erase, find, get, has, hash, merge. How do you remove? Erase? It is perfection. You and I have different definitions of perfection. That is disgusting and horrendous and ugh. Let's see. All pages dot merge for now. I think that works. Instead, just erase it. If we have it, merge it. If we don't, like I said before, I'm thinking we should have a way to have a tab. And how I would add the tab is I would have something above this H box. So I'm thinking it would have to be, for example, it would have to be another It would have to be a V box and an H box. So many boxes, oh boy. But this would go in here, like this. Oof. That guy's gotta get moved. And let's see. We have center alignment, or no, it'd be benign alignment. Oh, center works, I think. So center, and then this guy would have to go back to the bottom middle. And then you would have to be set up to be, let's see, where are we at location-wise? So for close, I have it set for these values. Let's make sure this is that. So if I go into layout, transform, position, it's that and this. There we go. So that should fix the location to what we had. That does not look fixed. That doesn't look fixed in the slightest. It doesn't look centered anymore. Does it have to be over here? About like that? Like here, I think? Probably 171. We can try for now. I think that works better. If I click play, is it centered? Oops, current pages. Out of bounds, index get 0. Oh. It doesn't like something. And I don't know what it's angry about. Let's see. Node not found. Oops. So this is all of our book pages. Book pages. That needs to be its own thing. And then we can go ahead and make that a unique name. So instead of HBox, which is, where are we at? HBox, here we go. Our book. We now can have it say, oh, hold on. I heard that sound. I just can't see what it is. Aluzine? Azuzai? Is that how you say it? Aluzai? Thank you for the follow and welcome to stream. Hi. Okay, let's see. I think now it should work since it's its own unique thingamajiggy. It shouldn't crash on me now. So now if I click play, scene. Okay, what are you angry at now? Out of bounds get index 0 at dictionary. Huh? What are you angry at? Let's see, all pages current. On ready, current page left, current page right. Our dictionary should only have one page. If we go to all pages, where are we at? We have a dictionary size, and you can see, ooh. Interesting. Oh, that's why. I figured out it. What ID is it? Do you mean engine? This is Godot. So this would be Godot engine, Godot 4 engine, and then I'm programming in GDScript, which is Godot's native programming language. A lot of people say it's like Python, so I'll have to go off of the word. I haven't done Python before. This has to be temp customer, and then customer page here. That's why it was angry. Okay, now it should be good, right? No, what are we angry at now? So all customers, oh, I also didn't put in there. Now are we happy? Let's see. Okay, we're good now. And you can see in here as well, it is this book in the game, and I shouldn't be able to flip it, and nothing. You're kind of new to programming, and do you know any other engine? Nope, I haven't tried any other engine. The engine, quote unquote, I've tried is Visual Studio, which not really a game engine. And I looked at them for a while, but Godot was the one I found to be the most appealing to look at. So I've only touched Godot, and this is my second game I'm ever making in development. And sorry, you're kind of new to programming, just want to know. No worries, ask away the questions. So I like answering, and I like attempting to answer at least. I'm still very new to this, and everyone's kind of new. Yep, most just don't want to admit it. Nah, I will. Like I said, this is my second game I'm making in Godot. My first game was a mini game. This one is a bigger game, but hopefully still small enough that I can complete it by the end of the year, but I don't know. Fingers crossed. And this is all working and dandy and fine. So if current stage, that's why it's not opening and closing. Okay. So if utility current game, in game and not keep book open, let's just go ahead and cross this out for now so we can make sure the book is working. And I'll go ahead and, do I have to keep the tabs? Is it fine if that I just disable that? And how do you spell the engine you're using? Sure, I think you should see it in the Twitch things itself. Yeah, there you go. Thank you. Oh, I don't know how to say that. Tokak? Is that how you say it? Thank you for telling and notifying us. Yeah, that's handy. And the book has now disappeared. It's no longer here. And hi, Atomic. Welcome back. How are you doing? Your name? Did I say it right? Butchered? Toak? Is that it? Is that a little better? Okay, so if utility is action open book, for some reason, when I did that, the book itself just decided, oh, I know why. It's because we now need to make sure that this V-box is the thing that holds the book together. So because it's not the book anymore, hold on, now this needs to be all book, or rather whole. What job would I have in medieval times? I'd have to think about that one. That one's a question I'd have to really consider. There's a lot of jobs you don't want. And a lot of jobs that would be fun, but you know what? I'm a princess. I'm an Eldritch princess, so Eldritch princess, that's my job. Okay, now this is the right container. I'm thinking it will work now. No, why is it angry? Oh, because it's an H box. It needs to be a V box, because that's a vertical box. Now, and, okay, it's working-ish, and you will be done by the end of the year. It will be done. We do not know what year, but we'll be done by the end of it, that's for sure. Oh, man. The painful truth. Yeah, basically, just about. So, this guy's off-centered. If we click the actual game and click play, just to check and see, I'll go ahead and hide and show. And then if we just go into the basic level here, this has got to get moved over a lot. Let's go ahead and do that since this guy is, well, it looks like it's center, doesn't it? But it's saying it's not center. This current position is 171 by 66. And if we go back into book, open or close is 100. Oh, it is not. Okay, hold on. The close is this. Okay, try now. If I click play, we should have the about in the middle. Let's make sure if we go back in game that it does work in middle feel. So let's see, levels 4 and where we go, 2077. Have faith in me a little bit at least. Man, you know, I work every other day-ish about here. All right, let's see. I'd say that's for good book size. I'd say that's just about what we want. We'll need to figure out why this isn't holding up the size, but this is the size we want. This is the area we want it in. So that's good news. I wanted to see about those tabs so that the player knows when they have that tab pop up and close. I think that'd be pretty handy. If we go back into here, into our hole, we need to show a way to say, hey, look, you have a new page open. If I go back into here in our hole now that we have it, we have this horizontal. And this left page has this minimum size. Let's make sure the right page has that minimum size, and it does. Expand, not expand. Right size. Oops. It needs to be X. If I go back to my left page, X. Okay, 546. And my right page needs to be 546. There we go. Now the page is equal. And then 247. Let's see, 546, 546, like that. And then 284 for our minimum sizes. And then the right one also needs to be that. Okay. And then if we click play, this should make it better. And first time you see that on ready thing, it's a thing in Godot. It's well, I mean, still learning. I've heard it's like a thing in Godot. That's a little better way to explain it. It's like on ready export. Godot is node based, so you've got all of these guys here, and different nodes do different things. And it feels like Legos to me. I think that's why I like it. It's a lot more colorful. And for example, this green means UI. I say as my Godot freezes. So I take a water break. Godot doesn't freeze because it's bad. It freezes because my computer can't handle it. It's something I've learned. So I'll give Godot a second, and it closed, so I get some water. Yeah. You have faith that I can make it between the year 2024 and 2077. I will definitely complete it anywhere between then. You know, at least that's a start. At least by not next year, end of next year. There we go. How about that? And what's my favorite game? I'd have to think on that one. That one's really hard to think about. I have too many games that I enjoy. And beautiful background I have, thank you. I'm glad you like it. Yeah, I try to make things as relaxing as possible considering a lot of the times the game will go wrong. It'll go very wrong. So something, oh, S, is that why you're angry? All right, close it, reopen it. Let's see. Are we happy now? Yeah, we're good happy. However, it's now over here. So we need to slide it back over to where it was. And that's, I think, maybe 50, about-ish. We can try and see. The UI doesn't have to be perfect, but I want it to feel okay, feel okay-ish. So if we go back into here for our position, it's 171. Ah, I see. It's gotta be changed. So right now, this is the position, it's way too over. We want it about maybe here-ish for the center feel. So that's about 93 we can write in. And then we can go ahead and have that thing 93. So when it's closed, it's 93. And when it's open, it's also 93. So it just changes the Y, not the X. And who are you talking to? You're streaming on some other platform? Yep. I'm streaming on both Twitch and YouTube. Well, if you are curious in that, I am on YouTube as well, but I couldn't get the multi-chat working on stream, and I tried for at least a month. So right now it's just Twitch chat on screen until I can figure it out in the end. But Twitch and YouTube I'm streaming on currently. We can go ahead and click on play, and it is, see YouTube chat doesn't appear? Yep, it doesn't. I tried. I tried very hard to get it working. Off the top of my head though, Atomic, I'd have to say, not YouTube. Undertale. Undertale's probably one of my favorites. Just Toby Fox game in general. So it seems to be about middle here, I'd say. Got a little bit of space here, got a little bit of space here. Oops, wrong button. If I click into here, it opens about middle-ish. And let's just do a quick check in-game to see how it feels. It's gonna close this once more. So give it a second while it loads, and I'll get some lemonade in the meantime. I'm almost out of lemonade. What a world. Alright, we can click play and test to see if it works in the game mode. Close, open. How's the book looking when we play it in-game? Seems about balanced. And then if we go into the kitchen area, book is good. I'd say the book's centered. It's about the area we want it to, about the center of this desk, and it's about the center. And hi Toak. welcome back. Well, I feel like I feel like you've been here before. Maybe not though, but welcome to stream regardless. And you say hi to Twitch. Yes, indeed. Hello. All right. So since it's working now, we have the location up. It shouldn't matter the size since it's the minimum size. Now we need that tab working. It is me. It is I. Exactly. So if you try running Godot in compatibility mode, it might reduce the crashes. The issue is the compatibility is rendering, right? So it's only when I click play, it changes. And you gotta tell me how to pronounce your name. It's just boxes for me. But welcome back. Compatibility works when I click play, right? That's what changes it? Or is it the whole engine itself that changes it? You must have looked a bit crazy to all the people on Twitch talking to ghosts like the one in games. I mean, you have to be a little bit crazy to be a developer. Just a smidge. Andy, got you, guy. Okay, I'll try to remember that. And welcome to stream. And I've tried doing other modes for compatibility. It seems to be about the same, unless you mean it changes the run. The engine itself, and it crashes when I'm on here, so I'm not too sure. And I've tried checking the logs as well for Godot, but it wants you to check consoles and everything, so I've run into a lot of issues there. But here we have whole, and then I'm thinking we have a color rectangle. So a little guy like this here on screen, and this guy can go here. And this color rectangle can have a minimum size of maybe like 200 by 200. 200, like that. Okay, that's a little bit too big. Maybe 50 by 50. 50 by 50. A little something like that instead. And am I self-taught or have I gotten a degree? I used to go to school, or I used to go to college for game dev, but I dropped out. Just wasn't for me. So I had about 2 years in college learning how to make games in Visual Studio and with C++. Then I dropped out, and now I've been self-taught with Godot since. I've been learning Godot for about a year now. This will be almost 2 years, but consistently I'd probably say about a year. So self-taught in Godot, but went to school for programming in general, for programming, specifically games as well, but in Visual Studio. So a little bit of everything. This custom size, the container needs to be, how do we do it? It's not fill, it's shrink begin. There we go, like this. This is what I'm thinking. shrink begin, shrink center. And I need a way to have it overlay each other or something for the tabs. I'm just not sure how I do it yet. So we could have like an X 100 like that. Maybe the Y can instead be 25. Have it just have a sort of tab-ish feel like this. So this would be the customer tab, and then we'd have another tab, but it wouldn't look like this. It would be something else, like maybe a, some sort of tab to overlay on top. But I'm not sure how you would do ordering. It would have to be on top of each other, but I'm just not sure how I would do on top. It might be like a container. So maybe some sort of panel container or margin container or just a container. No one likes doing containers. Containers are pretty bad. Or just basic containers. Let's just do a panel container. And then in here we have these two guys. Go in there. And now they're on top of each other, which is great news. But our panel container needs to have the theme override of not being any background. So we can just do empty. Now it's not showing up, which is great news for us. And does it take a lot of math? Oh, hold on. Amygdalagine? Is that how you say it? Amygdalagine? I hope I said it right. You can tell me how to pronounce it. And hi, welcome to stream. As for, does it take a lot of math? Yes, it. The issue was, it was a lot of math in college, and I like math, but I don't like physics and advanced algebra, extreme addition. Usually it's a case of if you don't know, for example, how to have players move, then you'll just have to learn it. And it's better to learn it in the moment than learn it in figuring out functions and time and math and all of those things. So it's a thing of, all right, just go a bit of a time instead of trying to change category of stream to butchering names. I'm not that good. And thank you for the follow as well. That's why I asked. Please let me know. That way I can learn. As yeah, my my understanding isn't all too good. So we have a color here, right, for the tabs. This is a pink. We can just make this pink. And we have this one. Let's just make it blue. So you have the blue tab here and the pink tab here. And the way control containers work, you can't see it, can you? And I'm thinking shrink center as well, maybe? And names are hard. They are, indeed. That's why I'm always asking to make sure, as I'd like to get it right, but I'm probably not going to. So let me know, so I can learn. So let's see. I'm thinking, because you can see here, right? They're over top of each other. So you have this blue one and you have the purple one. And the way I want it to work is that they're like tabs. If I go back into concepts, you can see what I mean. And how do you learn to code again? You've got so good self-taught using. Well, thank you. Like I said, I have a background in basic programming in C++, and I just took that and applied it to Godot. How I approach programming is just finding out what I want to do, for example, player movement, and then breaking it down into different portions of what I need to do. So instead of player movement, how do I make them walk? How do I make them jump? I only choose one. All right, how to make them jump? They need to get off the ground. How do I make them get off the ground? Oh, I need to do some math. Things like that. I go bit by bit instead of trying to make it full. For example, for this, what is it called? These tabs, you can see how I want them to overlap. And then when you're on that certain tab, I want it to highlight or be the one that goes ahead. And I'm just not sure how I would order it, or at least have it focus on each other. And that's what I'm trying to figure out at the moment, is how would the tabs line up? And I'm thinking we have some sort of, not panel container, but some sort of horizontal container that has a container. Yeah, okay, I'll show you what I mean. And breaking it down into small bits is how you make any problem more manageable. Yep, that's something I've realized in the previous years. A lot of it gets overwhelming, making games or making anything in general. And because it turns out to be so overwhelming, a lot of people just don't end up doing it. But when you break things down, make documents and make plans, or just make a checklist of things you have to do, it becomes a lot more manageable. And if anything is too overwhelming or it just feels too big, break it down even more. To just, for example, how to live. Step 1, breathe in. Things like that. And Godot froze again, but I think this needs to be an H box, and then we can have the constants overlay. I think that's how we can do it. Checklists are great for that. Yep, I love me a good checklist. I'm not the most organized person, but I will take checklists every day. And what is that little dish in the floor of the cafe? That is new? That is a testing dish that needs to be deleted. Right now it's just there to see, instead of having to do the spellcasting game, I can just pick up that dish to test something. So it's a way to test faster. So I'm thinking this guy needs to be, and I can go ahead and change, where are we at? Hold on, change type. Make it an HBox. HBox like that, and then what we can do is, hopefully I did this right, so alignment center. Oh no, we want benign. Constants, if I click separation, look at that. Huh? Yeah, see? It does it. So we can use this instead. So when it is in the front, we can have the visibility change. Aha! I got it. I figured it out. I think. Hopefully. And you see, thank you. Sorry for repeating the question. It's very loud here. No, you're fine. I hope I'm not loud, but I like answering questions, so ask away. If it's something I can help with, I like to help. So the idea here is that we have these different tabs, like this. And then, for example, if you want to go to the second page, then this tab will show up, and then visibility, let's see. Ordering, this is what we would need to do. Have maybe the ordering be 2, and then it would pop up for that page. And then when it's not that 2 anymore, it goes back to 1. So then when you're cycling through, not 2, it would have to be 1, but you flip through the pages for the ordering, and that's how I'm thinking it should be. This sort of guy here. And this correlates to a page. And when the page gets added, this gets added here. When a page gets removed, it gets removed. And I think that should help, fingers crossed, in helping the player know, okay, I have 1 page available I can flip to. I have 2 pages, and so on. To help in showing, and that way they don't have to keep constantly flipping, is the goal. Okay, so we have that. Let's go ahead and just write here page tab. And for example, you will always have the customer tab. So customer tab. We will always have the, and I'll go ahead and put on here. We'll have the customer tab. We'll always have the This will be, I'm gonna call it the guide tab for showing the different recipes and things and icons. And then we have the spellcasting tab. C-A-S-T-I-N-G. Spellcasting tab. Let's also make this purple. I like me a little bit of purple. So let's make this, I think, probably a darker purple, maybe a little less harsh on the violentness. And the guide, all those can be fine. Maybe customer can be a bit green instead of pink, so maybe something like this instead. Maybe a little less harsh. And then what we need to do is line up these tabs and their visibility so that when we show and we flip to this page, we flip to that tab. And that can kind of help, I think. We have all these other tabs unless we need to remove. Right now, it only has this all pages, but all pages kind of lines up depending on what it is. That's the hope here. For example, the way that the pages work is we have these enums. So we have page left, page right, and then we have customer tab and spellcasting tab. And how the dictionary works is that we have, depending on the customer tab, for example, spellcasting, we have the left page, which is a spell generator, and the right page, which is spellcasting. So we need to somehow hook these guys up so that they're showing when the page is selected. And how do we do that? Good question. I don't know. We'll see, as I'm not too sure. First off, we need to hide these guys, so we need a way to highlight tab. I think that should be a function, as we have here all pages, current page. So we need a function, I think, to highlight the tab, highlight the current tab, and have it pop up. Let's go ahead and do that. Something to the extent of underscore highlight tab. Oops. Highlight tab like this. And doesn't know what that is yet. Highlight current tab or highlight tab. So let's just do highlight current. Keep it on the same idea. I really feel like I write current way too many times. So fix dupes. That is dupish. Well, that's fine. So let's make the function. Func highlight tabs or highlight current tab. It's a void function, so it's not returning anything. Now let's just make it pass so it stops being red and angry at us. There we go. And what I want this function to do is highlight the current, oh, it says it, highlight current tab. So for example, I want to hook up the tab to the pages. So we have right now our customer tab, our guide, and our spellcasting. And what we can go ahead and do and say is, Up here, we can go ahead and add these guys. So customer tab, guide tab, and spellcasting tab. Go ahead and grab you guys. And these guys need to be unique names, just in case I want to rotate them around. We can go ahead and do that. And then we can go ahead and make these onReady vars. So I can go ahead and grab all of you guys and drag you in. We have customer tab, guide tab, and spellcasting tab. Like you. Oops, wrong button. Undo. There we go. And now drag you. So now they're all in here. And now we need var tab to page. So we can go ahead and have, well, not var, but a dictionary. So we can go ahead and do down here, all pages. Let's also make a dictionary called var tab to page. Like that. And it's a dictionary. Like that. So now what we can do is in our ready function, as we're setting things up and everything, we can go ahead and have that all pages. So all of these pages get set and everything. I'll go ahead and do all pages that. I kind of like to separate things with spaces. So now this one is var temp tab to page. And it is also dictionary since we're setting it up. And it equals. And then how we do this is that it is a page name. So customer tab. Then we have the tab of choice. So for example, this is the customer tab. So we just set it up for the customer tab. Like that. Customer tab. And we do this for spellcasting. And this is the spellcasting tab. So let's go ahead and write spellcasting here. Spellcasting. Like that. And then this one will be the, well, spellcasting should go here, really. Like that. And then guide to keep everything similar. So guide tab. And this will be page name guide. Like that. And that is also a period. Let's make those commas. Like this. And then we can go ahead and also say, there's no guide here. That's why it's angry. Let's go ahead and give it a guide. So now it has guide. All right, it shouldn't be angry anymore. Wonderful. So we have a customer tab, a guide tab, and a spellcasting tab. Then what we do in here when we highlight current tab is we go to temp tab to page. We're doing some fun things in here. We need to make sure it swaps the current page with the old page, and it goes ahead and does new tab. Let's see. Highlight current tab. So we need current tab and we need new tab. So down here, when we turn page 2, we have the new number and we have the old number. So we need to do some sort of test to do, hey, we want this to be this. And how do we do that? Again, great question. What we have to do is, yeah, great question is I don't know the answer. But I'm asking these questions aloud as it helps me think. At least I try to think. Very important. What we have to do here is then have a way to say var old, or yeah, a var highlight next tab. How about that? Instead of highlight current tab or highlight tab. I think that one's a little bit better. And then we'll have a page, or we can do an int. It doesn't matter too much since our ints are our enums. For example, this is 0, this is 1, and this is 2. That's how enums work, and they're lovely to access and look at. So we can go ahead and say highlight current tab. Let's just have this for now be an enum. I think that's easier. Enums are easier to read as well. So we can go ahead and say page name, and dot, and current page should be a page name. Yep, that works. So page name, and then we have it be new page, and it froze. Give it a second. Enums are very nice. Oh, they're lovely. I don't know where I'd be without enums. Enums make the world go round. They truly do. Let me get some lemonade since it's giving a second. Okay, it seems to be good now. So new page, or rather new tab, I think is a little bit better. The new tab, page name. And then we can go ahead and say highlight current tab, and then it'll be current page. Like that. That should make it happy. Highlight current tab is not found in base self. Oh, highlight tab. There we go. Okay, so then what we do is we have the current tab and the new tab, and then this can kind of go overrated enums. Enums are not overrated. What do you mean? They're the loveliest thing in the world. Lovely, truly. Down here, when we're flipping pages, what we can do is do highlight tab and put total in here, since our current page hasn't been selected yet, and it's going to be changed. So we can put this in here before current page is set. All right, so Then what we can do is in our highlight tab, current page. Oh, well, not current page. What we need to do is do temp tab to page, tab to page equals temp tab to page. There we go. Like that. Wonderful. And then what we have to do is do current page, or tab to page, current page, like this, because we're accessing the dictionary, and you prefer them much more to bowls than bowls since the meaning is attached to them. Yeah, exactly. I also like doing them with capital letters. Just feels good and feels nice, especially because they're more like constants. So if it's caps, feels good. And hi, Lewis. Welcome back. Welcome back to stream. I hope you've been doing well. As yeah, enums are fun, constants are fun. I like them a lot, especially since, like I said, enums are multi-purpose, and you can't have more than one. It makes it easier than using strings, especially if you're trying to check a name, since you can only have one enum, but you can have multiple strings, and it makes it a little wonky. So tab to page, current page, dot, visible. And I guess that is something as well. When we add the page, we need to make the page visible. Let's go ahead and do this as well down here, where we have the, where are we at? Here, all pages dot erase. So for example, tab pages, spellcasting page, spellcasting, or rather it would be page name dot spellcasting dot visible, divisible, or it should just be really hide, dot hide, and then dot show. Dot hide, dot show, depending on if it's added or removed. Like that. And then, let's see, what does an enum do exactly? You don't think you've encountered those in Python? I'd be surprised, but enums are nice. Enums are basically, they're like variables. They're also like strings. For example, I have, let's take this example here, page name. I could do strings for page names, but I do enums since I could make a mistake. For example, it could either be customer tab or maybe I type here, customer tab. So if I want to keep track of things, I could have a variable labeled customer tab like this with string because it's a variable, or I could do an enum where I always know it has to be spelled like this. So it's a nice way to keep track of stuff. Not only is it a nice way to keep track of things, enums also function as numbers. So it starts from 0, it goes 1, 2. There's ways to manipulate numbers, and you can also set the numbers. A way I use enums for the rhythm part of the game, if I go into Rhythm Manager, you can see here, I keep track of the BPM of the song with enums. So I can have the song as an enum, and then the different songs have different ints associated. I could also do this as a dictionary. So I could have the enum or a string if it's not an enum. So I could do, for example, if I had a dictionary like this, and then had I'll just grab this for a quick example. So you could either do it like this with enums, or you could do it like, and let me just do this to make it a little bit easier. So either you could do this, or it could be spooky, and then like this. That's another way you could do it. So enums, yeah, basically numbers with names. And there's 2 ways you can do it. It just depends on what you want to do. It's easier to keep track of this because if you need to type spooky every time, what happens if you accidentally do spooky with a small o? Then it wouldn't register as being correct. But because spooky always has to be that big capital spooky, it keeps track of it that way, which is really nice. And yeah, enums are entitled numbers that you have to address with personal names instead of their original name, like 1 or 2. Yeah, basically. Entitled numbers. That's a really good way to describe it. That's lovely. So here we have the show and hide, just depending on the spellcasting tab. And then back up here for our highlight tab, it's not visible that we need. We need to access the ordering, so the Z index. So how do we do the Z index? So it would be, I think, Z underscore index dot Z underscore index equals 0 for our current page. And then we take our new tab and we make the Z index 1. And I think that's all we have to do. So we highlight the tab when we open the game, and we highlight the tab when we close the game. And then, not close the game, the book. And then depending on if the tab is highlighted, we do this as well. So if I click run on the book, and I go back into showing, you should see here, first page is highlighted. So it has that. And then the second page will be the what is it? The guide? And I'm not seeing this as well. This is supposed to be spellcasting. It doesn't look like that's selected. Yeah, spellcasting is not supposed to be visible. I think I might have made the guide not visible. Or rather, let me do this instead. I think that's better. So if I click play again and hide and show, there we go. So we only have this one. The guide should be on here as well. So if I go ahead and close it again, reopen it, and let's see, they should change this in Python. Instead of class page name enum, just use something like enum page name. It's a simple thing, but you missed this in Python. I'm a little confused on what you mean, but I kind of get it. I haven't done Python before. I came from C++ and immediately dove into Godot, so it's been a learning process in that sense. Okay, it's working now. You can see here the page is in the back, and I guess that is something that is needed. If I hide here and I show the spellcasting page, that's why it kind of shows up top, and we don't want that. We want it to be like this by default, I think. So who's on top right now? Right now, the top page is, okay. So customer comes first, then spellcasting comes, or then guide comes, and then spellcasting. So then if spellcasting's not there, it gets hidden. Then if guide's not here, it gets hidden. Things like that, so we can see the tabs. And then Python's enums are a bit strange. That sounds a little scary. And looking this up, they seem to exist in Python too. You just haven't encountered them. Got ya. Yeah, when I was in college for game dev, we did eventually get around to making games, but it was a lot of things like algorithms and setting up the best way to sort data, and it wasn't game dev. It was, all right, we have make a sorted list and use this algorithm. What logarithmic 2? How fast does it take to sort this list? How fast does it take to find this data? How can you allocate memory? And I mean, I definitely am trying to figure out memory things in Godot, but it's not the same. It's very different. And I can take some of those skills I did learn, but a lot of those skills I haven't used. In basics in Python, to create an enum, you need to create a class. Oh, and then extend an enum. Oh, that sounds awful. I don't remember how to do it in C++. That just doesn't sound right. Not one bit. Okay, so in saying all of that, what we need to do now is set up, well, we do need to set up the guide tab, but I just want to see about the spellbook working. What we can do is go ahead and have the guide tab hidden. And I want to go ahead and just check to see if the spellbook is working. And how do we do that? We can go ahead back up here to our ready, and we can go ahead and add the current page. So we can go ahead and do merge customer page, and we can also merge the spellcasting page as well. And it should allow us to have both in the screen, hopefully. If I click play, yep. You can see on here, we have the two pages. Right now we're on the customer page, so that's highlighted. When I click the right button, which is the default button for the spellcasting, it should swap over. And why is it? Oh, because I didn't open the book. And let's see, all pages. Out of bounds get index 1. 0, 1. Total all pages. Total. Oh, hold on. It's angry at me for something, and I'm not sure what it is. Our new page number and our total is 1 in our dictionary. And let me mute this. My ear. Hold on. I go ahead and just wait for that to load for my audio. And Godot will let me. Not even Godot, my computer. Let me mute the audio. If you would kindly, I'd appreciate it if you could let me open it and mute it. That'd be great. It's taking a second to load. And Godot is everything's taking a second to load. Okay, there we go. And then I can just go ahead and do that. Now I can hear. All right, so what we're looking for is our all pages. If we go here into all pages, Godot, if you'll let me move things around, will you? Oh, stop highlighting. I might have to reopen and close it. And oh yeah, it does this all the time. It is it is an ongoing issue, and I don't really know how to fix it unless I upgrade my computer. But that's not happening anytime soon, so it's just a problem I have to deal with at the moment, which I'm fine with doing, as long as it's not my keyboard fighting me for control. It's okay. Yeah, I tried to see if I could figure out why it wasn't working consoles and debugging, but the documentation on it and the videos I could find, they weren't helpful, so I wasn't able to figure it out. It was weird, certainly. All right, let's click play again and figure out why it's not letting us do the thing in page flipping. All right, so what we need to look at here is I go ahead and mute this. All pages needs to have 2 members. We go all pages, all pages, all pages. Here we go. All pages, dictionary size 2. We have an index of, ooh. Oh, that's why. There's 0 and there's 2. Because I have enums and because I'm using enums, we need the page numbers. So for example, it expects page 2 to be up here. You can see it. Yeah, this is 0, 1, 2. It's expecting to go to 1, but because we don't have a 1, that's why it's broken. And look by the good way, you can be the first to fix it. I am not good at that part of Godot. I can barely function as it is, but you know, maybe. I'd like to try one day to set some time aside to see if I can fix it, if by then I don't get an upgrade to my computer. But right now, it's struggling. Let's go ahead and just swap these 2 for now, and that should make it easy. Yeah, okay. We might have to fix things. Right now, the page is expecting guide, but if guide's not here, but it might work when we get guide because there will always be a 3. But this should fix it. But yeah, fixing Godot, that's a task. All right, so when we open the page and we flip, look at that. That's neat. Also, the page isn't opening and closing correctly. But the tabs are working. So it looks like you're flipping to the tabs. You're flipping the first tab, second tab, which is great news. Wonderful. I'm just wondering why this page opening and closing isn't, I can't see it. Huh. If we go back into our whole page and our whole book, and we go into, when I go ahead and hide this, I always use explicit numbers. Yeah, but even if I do use, because customer tab will always be first. That'll always be 0. I'll always have a guidebook, so that'll always be 1. It's just because I'm testing, it needs to be 1 at the moment. But once I'm done testing, guidebook will always be second. That's why I'm not saying it's equal to that number, because right now it's just testing. We haven't added the guidebook yet, but once we do that, it should fix itself and figuring out, all right, what is what? But yeah, doing those things depending on what you need. For example, not really necessary to use explicit here was doing 0 and 1, since there's only 2 values, unless I plan on swapping them. But depending on how many you add here, yeah, explicit can help. And let me get some lemonade. Okay, so why is open and close not working? Right now our whole page is set to 93 at 637 for close. Hold on, 637 like that, and hide that. And explicit allows to avoid, it does, yeah, definitely, I do agree. I have a lot of explicits depending on what I'm doing, but I wholeheartedly, agree that that is important. So it goes from here to 446, so there to here. That should work. Let's go ahead and click play again. And if I go ahead and open, if I go ahead and open the game itself, why doesn't it let me flip the pages? That is a little odd, but let's see. All right, so here we are in game. We open the pages, close the pages. That's all working. When we flip page, look at the little jump it did. That is not healthy. I don't know what it even did, but try it again. So it's working now, but then I click next page and it jumps down. Huh. Explicit allows to avoid so many headaches. Yeah, customer tab, for example, is better to be 1. It's good practice to reserve 0 for null. That is a lot of, that's a lot of, it depends. I like using 0 just because, yeah, usually my 0 is none. I have a lot of nuns, depending on it. For example, I can show you. In my cookbook for my foods, I have a none, depending on what it is. And sometimes it's explicit, sometimes it's not, depending on what it is. But yeah, depending on what it is, yeah. Best practice. Sometimes, you gotta break the rules to make the rules. And until I learn my lesson, I will continue to break said rules. Right now, this isn't too big of an issue. I think it's also something that comes down to optimization. For now, soon, TM. What's really important right now is figuring out why this book won't open and close correctly. status open equals this size, status close. If we go back to our book, which is a VBox container, when we flip the page, or when we open and close, status open, status close, I'm wondering why it pops up and pops down. That's where I'm getting confused at. For example, we're not moving the page. Okay. The tab was working before. Then I did some stuff. Tab is not working anymore. Huh? Okay, let's see. If we go back to when we open and close the book, that's where we do our space. So this is the space button getting opened. So if okay, book position, book dot position, location position equals current status. Okay, this is where it handles opening and closing the book at. And I'm wondering, is it because I don't have this? This is just to check to make sure you can open the book. But, if we press space in our, so if event, as long as you're holding space, the book's open. When you close it, or when you let go of space, then it closes the book. That's how open and close works. But for some reason, when you close, the book position updates, which is really weird. So I'll go ahead, and I'm thinking of how we can do this. Print the book position, just to start off to see if we can figure out why it's acting funny. So print book position, and we'll do the print before and after, like this. Oops. Print, like this. And you are angry because of the other things they have going on at the moment, so we'll just move you back that way, and then we'll have to move you back again. Okay. So let's click play. What do we have? Great. Oh, I forgot. Because it's an unhandled input. It is spamming. Okay, new idea. New idea here. We do this instead. And I'm wondering as well, maybe if we put it in the open and close, or open and close, but for now I'll just put it in here to see. So yeah, I'm wondering, maybe to fix it, I put this here at the end, but it's also always spamming this. So maybe instead it's better to put it, and is the Godot crashing issue still there when opening the empty project? An empty project? I'd have to check. Maybe? I haven't tried opening an empty project. I have a second project I'm working on to just mess around with 3D stuff, and it crashes still when I'm working on it, but not as much as it does for this project. I'm wondering if, well, I assume, and it's, well, when I'm not streaming, it still crashes. It still freezes. Not as frequently, so that's why I'm thinking it's a computer issue, but after stream, I will certainly try to see if it still has issues with an empty project. I'll just leave it open and have it running on while I go do something else. All right. So I want to try this and see if this fixes the issue, since it's not doing it every single unhandled input. So if I click play again and reopen this guy here, we go back into our basic level and, oh, well, I don't know what I did, but it fixed it. Testing for science. Exactly. I love a good test, but it's working. Look at that. Lovely. I think that's good to go. And then when we open, or when we go up here, it should keep it open. And I also want to lock the player's movement when the book is open as well. As, well, if I lock the player's movement when the book's open, the book's always open in this room. So that's a very bad idea. Never mind. I think right now it's fine that the player can walk around as they're looking at the book. So that praise for the computer itself. I think it's fine right now, how it is. Okay, so now we need to add the guide to tell the player what goes to what, so I don't have to explain it to them in text on the wall or something. So this symbol equals this symbol, and they should be able to figure it out. I believe in them. Right now we have some really funny looking symbols for things, and those are always placeholders. That's the word I was thinking of. It was like, there's this P word that's not prototype, but it means temporary asset. Placeholder, that's the word I was looking for. I'm glad I figured it out. All right, so for some reason, moving the book position inside on input worked, and if player starts moving, close the book. If you're in the room, use a flag to keep it open. Right now, that's how it works. At least the initial part, the player can move when the book's open, and when you're in the room, the book's always open. So I guess maybe you'd have to have different conditions. If the player's moving in the room, then you can't, or something of the sorts, but I feel like it's a little bit more fluid to be able to always, or at least I feel like you're far more multitasking, so you can kind of look at the book while you're walking and check, instead of having to look, walk, check, walk, and stop and start to check the book. So I feel like for right now, it's okay, but you can't see your body when you're at the bottom of the screen, which is fine. I think it adds a bit of needing to check and manage, I say, as Godot is not letting me click things again, so it is open and close in time. Give it a second, but alright. So as far as guides work, we don't have too much we have to worry about, and I would like to make the guide dynamic in the sense that I don't have to add it myself. However, I don't know if that's possible, if we'll be able to add a way so I don't have to add flavors every time I add a new flavor. For example, if I add a new flavor to the level data, I want to be able to say, how to explain it? In the level data, if we go here to level data, there are unlocked flavors and unlocked products. So I don't want all the flavors to be unlocked. I want to only show certain flavors and certain products that you can do when you can do them. And when Godot crashes, Godot doesn't really crash. It's a manifestation of our hopes and dreams. I believe it. I believe every time I can feel my heart just breaking into a million pieces. It's painful. Painful and tragic. That's what it is. So back in our book, we need to have the tab. And let's see, if you're familiar with turn, yep, launch Godot from there. Yep, I did try that, and I am not familiar, and that is exactly why I'm in this predicament. I have no idea how to handle the CMD, and there's not a lot of documentation or, like I said, tutorials and videos. And I attempted, but it didn't work. Not at all. And what did I press here that made it angry? Assignment not allowed inside an expression? Eh? Are you happy now? Maybe I have to close book, reopen book? Where are we doing assignment stuff that it is? Indent? Keep... False book? Who says false book? When did false book get in here? Oh, like that. Okay. Everything got mixed? I didn't do that. Here it says spell is off. That is weird. Okay. Huh. Interesting. A equals B equals C. You got it. It's weird. It's so hard to see. Like I said, I'm a very visual person, so just staring at a command prompt that's all black and white is very hard. But for something like this, where I can see different colors that link up to different things, makes it very easy for me to understand. Colors go wow, instead of black and white. But yeah, I used to work in CMD all the time, which is another reason why I didn't like working in Visual Studio, since we did make games in CMD. Okay, well, saying all that, we have the open, we have the close, and unhandled input, open book. Close got moved here. Huh. Everything got moved. And is there themes for Godot? You really like the Sweet Dracula? Yeah, there's themes. I like this Godot theme, but there are certainly themes. On the VS Code, I have seen Dracula. I do like me a good Dracula theme. There's also that for Ace Sprite as well. But yeah, there is them. And if Godot is released, I feel like everything got moved and yoinked. Was this here before? Unhandled input, all pages. Game over page, if current page equal. Something's wrong here. Something's not right at all. And I'm not sure what is going on. I feel like this isn't supposed to be here. If current page equals spellcasting, gave over page dot show. Yeah, I don't feel like this is supposed to be here. Well, I know what I can do. I can go and check my old history on the book scene. You have an anatomy theme on VS Code. Gotta show that you're weave exactly. If you're not showing it, it's not what's happening. 100% agree. You gotta represent. And yeah, if you can get into the mindset, it's lovely as well. Okay. So, for some reason, that set page, that works. This book position, if event is action released, open, disable spellcasting. I'm wondering where does this current page thing go? All pages. This doesn't feel like it's an unhandled input. I don't think that should be there. I think it should be somewhere else. So this needs to go where? Game over page dot show. So where does this show up again? game over page.show. I think on disable spellcasting, I think it's here that it shows it. Or all pages, current, something's off. And I can't tell what. If current page equals spellcasting. Enable spellcasting. Yeah, like you can see here, page name equals spellcasting, game over page. And this is the game over page, so this should go here. Huh. Okay, I think that goes there. I think that's where that belongs. And good Saturday, you now go now, but the game is getting better each time. Good Saturday. Thank you, I'm glad you think so. Hopefully, or better Saturday. Oh, beater. I see. I'm glad you're enjoying it, and I hope to be able to. And did you actually change the code being explained returns enums? No, I don't know. It's just everything changed. I had some things that were like here and swapped, and I don't know how that would do it on its own, but I think I fixed it. It was in disable because this was swap, disable and enabled. Speaking of, let me go ahead and move you here, and I think I fixed it. Because yeah, this was game over page for disabled, enabled for spellcasting. You really need to write more English. We can always do with a little bit more writing. The speaking part is especially difficult. But I hope you have fun doing whatever you're doing, Lewis. Thank you for stopping by and chatting. So let's see. With all of that said, we have to add the next page, which is the guide tab. And for the guide tab, we have the left and the right, like of all the other tabs. And how we do that is we have the page tab, we have the left page, we have the right page, and for all of this, we'd have to add a margin container. And it is a margin container and a margin container for all other things included, or depending on what it is, as this one's just the spellcasting menu, which has its own thing. But for right now, let's just try to figure out how to add the tab for spellcasting. Not spellcasting, the tab for explaining. So I can go ahead and add a margin container here for now, and add it here. So this is now another page, and we have on here the, we can call it the, let's do flavors. Flavor guide. Flavor guide. There we go. So this one's flavor guide, and the margin is 555. 5555. Oh. And then in here, we need to have a list of available pages. And how do we do that? One might assume or question. We need to be able to parse the data for the current allowed spells. If we go back into, for example, in our items, this is the products, but I called it item instead since I wasn't sure if we were only going to use food and drinks. Back in here in our item, you can kind of see how I have it set up at the moment. And if we go, not item, I meant the, not item, I meant the customer tab. This guy here. This one, not item. So let me close that. In our customer tab, oops, I closed it, hold on. This guy here, this guy has a lot to do and to deal with customers. For example, if we go here, we have the icon panel, and this is what keeps track of the icons. And then in our icon panel, we have a first flavor, so it's the left side, and then we have a second flavor, which is the right side, and then we have a product icon, which is the cake. We need a way to say, all right, we want this, this, and this. And if we go in the product icon, you can see I have an atlas here, and I'll open up GDScript to kind of show you a little bit better what I mean. And I'm wondering if we can just somehow combine these two to have them set up. If we go into the tab itself, you can see here, we have the first flavor, second flavor, and then we have it set up. For example, if we go here, progress, update, here we go. We take the atlas index, and that's how I figured out how to do it. There's an X and a Y, and we go from there and figuring out the order. And I'll let, GDScript load up for a second, and then try to explain from there. It's a little tricky. This was I think 2 a.m. I figured it out moment, and I should have definitely added a lot more comments. It seemed explainable at the time, but now that I'm coming back, it's a little bit tricky. But it's a learning process, isn't it? You can kind of see it up there, but I want to show in depth on how it works. Let's see, cookbook, flavor, combo. Oh, here we are. Okay. And then I'll go ahead and grab that texture. This is our order icon atlas. So if I go in here and do order icon atlas, I should just be able to drag and drop it into GDScript. Fingers crossed. Never mind. Open in path. Where are we at? We import. Nope, no. I want to open. Oh, you can kind of see it, but I want to see it better. If we go into here, open containing folder. Oh, file manager. There we go. There we go. Wonderful. Okay. And I'll just drag this into Sprite and move you over to the Sprite so you can see quickly how the tab size is going. We have the cake icon because it's a cake, and then the cookie, and then we have the left side and the right side. And then depending on what I want to add more of, for example, if I want another flavor, it would then add, I then have to add another extending, and it's an atlas at the moment. So we need to see how I order the atlas because I have a first flavor and a second flavor. We can go ahead and do back to Godot. And here in our flavor combo atlas index, where are we at? Ah, I got ya. Okay, that's how I do it. Got ya. Okay, so for example, the sweet is 2-3. And if we go into back into Sprite, you can kind of see. This is 0, this is 1, this is 2, this is 3, this is 4, this is 5. That's how I have it ordered. So to show, all right, if it's left, then it is 2. If it's right, it's 3. And that's how I have it set up. I have it set up as a what is it called? Vector 2. If I go back into Godot here, I have the combination set up. So for example, sweet is 2-3, bitter is 4-5, and sweet bitter is 2-5. And then those correlate with the product icon here. If I click it, so 2-3 would be 2-3, and then we have 2-5 or 2-5 for the opposite sides. So we need to have for sweet and for bitter in this, let's see, current level data. So we need to get the level data. And then we need to have a example saying, all right, this is sweet, this is bitter, and these are the icons you need to have. So there's a way to do it. And which data structure / pattern concepts do you use the most? I wouldn't know them by name. I definitely knew a lot, but I wouldn't happen to know them by name. It'd be a thing you kind of have to go along with and go along the ride with. Here's another example of me explicitly using from 0, 1, 2. But yeah, I wouldn't be able to tell you off the bat, just stuff I could name. It's more of a thing I've incorporated as I've been programming for, I might have only done Godot for 2 years, but I've been programming on and off for, I'd say, at least probably 5-ish years now. And just not with C++, but with other things. And even if we add in things like Scratch, probably then like 7 years. So I've picked up things or dropped off things. But I only started getting serious recently, especially with Godot for the last 2 years. So it's a matter of, my memory, not good. I could not tell you. You'd probably notice it and then say, oh, you're using this method. I'm like, oh, I thought I made it myself, but I guess that is a pattern or structure. Right now I'm using polymorphism. I think that's how you say it. Instead of inheritance in my structure. So it's not polymorphism. I'm thinking of something else. But what is it called? Let me look it up first. Or let me look it up quickly. It's easier to say. Structure Godot 4 use, I forget the word. If I remember it, I'll say it. But there's a way to do it instead, so it's not, everything is its own thing, and you're not inheriting and mixing things that way. It's set up, so it's separated, and then you could take a little bit of this and a little bit of this instead and mix them together. I forget what you call it, though. Okay, so in saying all of that, we need to take this level data that we have, or current level, yeah. So where is this? This product icon in the customer progress tab? Got ya. And then we have a cookbook flavor combo. Okay, so in our cookbook, which is this is a global, so that means we can access it everywhere. So we don't have to set it up. We can just say, all right, what is our current level? And depending on our current level, we can take that level data and then have highlights. So I'm thinking we can grab this order container and make our own, this guy right here, and copy it, make a new tab. So I'm just gonna go ahead and do new and paste it. And oops, why are you your own thing? I need the entirety of this order container. Let's delete you. Yep, paste. Never mind. I wanna grab everything from this guy. So maybe I have to grab you and then paste. Okay, you're pulling my leg here, I see. I understand, but gonna need all of you. Okay then. I'll just copy you, paste you, Then I'm gonna just delete everything here that I don't need. Like you guys, yep. And then I don't need any of you guys. Well, I guess I'll need a margin container depending on what it is. This will be either a flavor container or a flavor or product container to show the icon. So that's what I'm thinking. Flavor icon, product icon. So this is a flavor product icon. I don't know if I want to do flavor slash product. I might want to do it as a icon. I guess it could be flavor product icon for now at least. So flavor slash product. I don't know if they'll let me do slash product icon. Yep, flavor product icon. All right. Instead, let's just have it do flavor product icon. There we go. Flavor product icon. I mean, I guess it should just be more so icon, but depending on what it is, we could always just... I like to keep things in sameness, but I'm not sure if it'll let us. So we'll see. For now, we'll just say it's a flavor product icon. And then in our margin container, we don't need any of this. What is this icon panel? Don't need that either. We can go ahead and delete that. Yep. And then this is the panel that we have, and we kind of already have two panels, so we don't need that panel. You can go ahead and have, this is the product icon. We don't need that as well. You can go ahead and delete that. So for example, if this is, and we'll just say this is a flavor icon. We'll just say it's that, flavor icon. And we can go ahead and detach the script as well. And then what we can say is, attach a new script, and we'll call it the flavor icon. And then we'll go ahead and have it attach in the book, yep. And for now, let's just do flavor, and then we'll do product. I think that's a little bit easier. And I accidentally, oh, okay, I did read that. So back here in our, where are we at? Close textures, close products. If we go back into our book here, we can go ahead into our not flavor product icon. I need to rename this, so it's just flavor icon. Now let's do one at a time instead of trying to mix them together. I think that's a little easier. We have our flavor icon, and then in our flavor icon, what we need to do is have an export var, and call it flavor combo, or really flavor. As if it's sweet, sweet, or any of those, we'll just take that sweet bitter. But for now, it's a flavor, it needs to be cookbook as well. So export var, and it is the flavor. And then we have flavor icon, or hold on, cookbook dot flavor. I'm thinking it should be flavor combo, like that. And then we'll also need a image. So if we go back into here, you can see these, all these guys do have the right image as well. And we need to have a way to have the texture itself instead of having this texture be. But for now, this is fine. I guess we could change this texture as we go, depending on where we're using. But for right now, this texture works as this texture. So we have a first flavor and a second flavor. And then we can copy some of the stuff we have from progress tab to show, all right, this is for this, this is for this. Let's go ahead and wait on that. And while it's waiting, let me get some more water. All right. And if it, oh, never mind, we're working. Good. All right. So we'll go ahead and delete the product icon for now. And then we have the first flavor, second flavor, and then we have the flavor background. How it works is we have the left side and the right side. And then depending on the flavor, we swap them out. And I can go ahead and see about making this guy a little bit bigger. What I'd like to do, but I don't know if we'll be able to. So maybe, yeah, this container, let's see. Maybe container sizing, expand, shrink center, shrink, oh, not fill, shrink center. How do we make it smaller so it fits everything? Right now, is it because it's a margin container? That would be something to figure out. And container sizing, I'm not too good at that either when it comes to Godot. That's why I'm doing this as well. It's a learning as you go type of thing, even if it's a little bit painful. Maybe it's the custom minimum size that I have to switch, and Godot's frozen, so let me get some lemonade. Okay, but at this rate, I was thinking we'd be able to get a lot of the tutorial done. No, I'm probably gonna have to work on it this week. So maybe hopefully soon. So this position gets reset to this position up here, which is fine. The size though, we go here and reset the minimum size. That doesn't need to be a thing. This size doesn't need a minimum size. It's a scale of 2. I see. What if I make it a scale of 3? How about a scale of 4? Okay, I like that better. We'll do a scale of 4. I like this a lot better. So right now, this is how the flavor works. So we have a thing that says, all right, this is the flavor, and this is what it equals. So we have pink for sweet, and then purple for bitter, and then depending on the level, we'll have those show up and hide to add. Alrighty, so on our flavor icon, we have a export bar for flavor, and then we have a flavor combo to put in there, and it's more so, I guess, flavor to flavor combo. So for example, we have a flavor. I think that's a little bit easier to have. So cookbook flavor, and then depending on the flavor icon that we give, as we only have sweet, we have bitter, and we have memory. You can't see those here, but they're popping up here. And then what we can have is some sort of connection. So if it's sweet, we have sweet, sweet. But that's why I'm thinking we'll just have it be a flavor combo, since that way I don't have to connect it with a dictionary. For example, I say sweet equals sweet, sweet. Bitter equals bitter, bitter. So instead, we just have a flavor combo. I think that's a little bit easier to do instead. And then down here, we have update progress icon. Let's just go ahead and yoink all of this for now and go back into our flavor icon and do a little bit of a paste. We don't need a patience bar. That's not needed. We don't need any of that. We don't need update customer progress tab. We don't need any of that. We don't need any seat. We don't need any disconnect. We don't need any set customer. We don't need any of this stuff. We don't need any progress bar. We don't need any order container. We don't need any product icon. Well, we might need those. Go ahead and get rid of you. We don't need customer seat. We don't need icon. We don't need customer name. We don't need patience. We don't need product icon. A lot of this stuff can get deleted, thankfully. And then if customer, all of this stuff, we don't need any of you. So, and all of you can get deleted. There. That should help in managing. But our first flavor and our second flavor. Okay, so for here, we have our first flavor and our second flavor. So that's what I'm thinking. Product icon. You can go ahead and delete you. And then, let's see. Order container, don't need any of you. All right. And then we have in our flavor icon, we have first flavor and second flavor. So now why are you angry? Customer, I see. All right, so this is update icon. And that's all we need. This will happen when we first create the icon. So update icon can be update icon. And we don't need icon panel, we just need first flavor, second flavor. And I think that's all we need for this flavor icon. And then what we need to do is have it be flavor combo. So we just take our flavor here and we do this and we do this like that. And now we should have a flavor icon. So if we go back into here, right now it's sweet, sweet. If I click on this play button, oh, the flavor's none. This is by default. So if I go sweet, sweet and I click play, and you can see here as well, it's sweet, sweet. If it'll show sweet, sweet. So if, and I'm wondering if I can just set it here. Oops. I'm wondering if I can just set it here. If I go bitter, bitter and save it. Nope. All right. So sweet, sweet. We also would have a bitter, bitter. So I can go ahead and save. I can go ahead and reload and Godot can close. So give it a second and then we'll see where we're at. All right, Godot. Time to shine. Give it another go, Godot. And give it a second while I'm waiting. More water. Alrighty, so we set the flavor to bitter, bitter, and then when we click play, and I click open, it should be bitter, bitter, but it's not bitter, bitter. So why? Not bitter, bitter. That should be bitter, bitter. Oh, because we're not using a function. That would make sense. Hold on. We have to do func ready, and then do update. I think that's why it wasn't working. Now if I click play and open it, bitter, bitter, wonderful. And then we do, for example, if it were bittersweet or sweet bitter, it would also show sweet bitter. If I hide and show, sweet bitter. So that's how that works. So now we have a flavor icon. Now we just need to have the product icon to show depending on the product. So we can go ahead and hide this. And now that this is working, we can go ahead and reset. For now, it'll just be sweet. I think sweet, sweet should just be the default. Now we need to have one for not flavor, but icon. And we can go ahead and duplicate this guy here. So duplicate flavor icon, so it is product icon. So product, product icon, and duplicate it. We can also duplicate the script here. So instead of flavor icon, it's product icon, and duplicate that as well. And then we can go into the product icon scene, and instead of flavor icon, it can be product. Go in here and do product, UCT, product. And instead of flavor background, it's just product. We can go ahead and have that guy there. Delete you guys. We can also disconnect you like that and set it up so it's the product icon script like that. And then here for our first flavor, it's no longer first flavor. It is now our product icon, our product. We'll just do sprite. That works. And then for the texture, we need the frame. For now, we can have the frame be 0. And then that frame shows up. And then for the size, let's just have it do, I guess, 5 for now. Or maybe, yeah, let's do 5. For now, at least. I think 5 works. If we have the frame as 1, it also works. So for right now, let's just have the size as 5. And then back in our product icon, instead of export var flavor, we now do export var product. And we also do, this is not extends panel container, that's fine. We do class name, and this is product icon, DUCT, product icon. And then this is flavor icon. So we also need to do that. Class name, and this is flavor icon, like that. Okay. And then what we need to do is have it so it does update. We can go ahead and grab these guys. Oh, well, we already have them, don't we, in our product? If we go back down here, and I'm also gonna close all the other ones so we can, doesn't have to be as many. There we go. So back in our product, here, we don't have first flavor, we don't have second flavor. We have, if I go back here, we have our product sprayed. So I can go ahead and grab you. And then here, we have our product, and it's not cookbook flavor, it's cookbook product. Like that. And then if we go back into our customer progress tab, we can take what we had previously. And for here, product icon.frame, and we'll just grab it from here. Instead of all these guys, it'll be this. I'm also wondering, is my flavor icon indented? It is. There. That feels a little bit better. Then our product icon.frame, it'll be our product instead of customer index, like this. So it keeps track of everything in our customer, the product icon, product sprites. Here we go. Like this. And this should work. So now what we can do is in our product icon, for example, if we want the icon to be, and we don't have an icon for Coco, so we would need to do that for all the icons. But for example, if we have, right now it's cake. If we set it to cookie, so it's cookie here. If I click play, it should set it to cookie. If I click play, open it, it's now cookie, which is lovely. Now we have a way to set the icons and set the flavors, which is good. Now that we have those symbols, what we need to do is hook them up in our customer, or in our book, so that we can say, all right, these are the flavors currently in the game, and this is what we need to do now. We can go ahead and set the guide. Back in our cafe, once everything's been ready and instantiated up here, you can see down here how I have utility.start cafe timers. We can also add a utility.set guide book. So the guidebook is working. This all happens before the player even starts the game. That's why I do it here instead. So we can go ahead and say, since this is all timers, I'll just make that separated. This is all position stuff, so I'll go ahead and do. There we go. And then if not utility current level, that all makes sense. So then we can go ahead and say utility.emit. Do it here. And indentations or brackets, which one do you like more? What do you mean by brackets? These guys? These guys here? Or is that what you mean? I do like using my tabs, but I don't like tabbing in too much. Depends. I ran into a bug that had a space, so I added the ability to see whenever I do a space, which has a little dot, since it took me forever to figure out why. My code wasn't working. Oh, I see. I didn't know you could do the brackets with the indentation. Or do you mean, and it's frozen, so I can't really see it. But I know at least when you do, are you working now, Godot? A little bit. But do you mean brackets for the beginning and the end of a function? That is something you do in C++. I'm not too sure. You need a little bit of elaboration on that. And hi, Liar. I don't know if you were here before, but welcome all the same. Not in Godot. Ah, okay, yeah. I like brackets. I like things that feel like they're ordered and structured. It was definitely weird to get used to not having brackets, for example, in if not. this would usually be in a bracket, but it doesn't need to be in a bracket because it's Godot. And you could have it in a bracket, but then it feels messier. So it's a lot of things I've had to adjust. And since Godot is still not opening and letting me select, closing time and reopening time. I'll go ahead and close, go ahead and reopen, give it a second, get some water. Okay, now that we have all of those guys set up, now we need to send over to the guidebook to say, hey, look, we have all of the things ready. Now you just need to instantiate yourself. So we need to set the guidebook. That's what we need to do. So I can go ahead and do utility dot set guidebook dot emit, and it'll be a signal. That way the guidebook can go ahead and set up since it already knows what the cookbook current level data. Sometimes Godot's wonky in how it sets things up. So I'm setting it here and I'm having it happen here instead of at ready so that it happens in the order I want it to happen at instead of having it do it on its own. And you do love using brackets. GDScript annoys you at times because it requires so specific. It does. Godot's very wonky. And you were always here. You have me as motivation to continue working. Now you're free. I see. And I appreciate it. I'm glad I can help where I can. Yeah, I'm a huge procrastinator. Setting up these programming streams makes sure that I do have to do programming. It helps from time to time. Sometimes it's I wake up and I'm not in the mood to program, but oh boy, it's a stream I have to do today. And then I get on here and I'm like, man, actually, you know what? I'm excited to do this. And it ends up being really fun. And it's lovely. All right, so menu signals, signal, set guidebook, like that. And developers together, strong, exactly, strong, big brain, do good, do best, do better, do wonderful. All right, so set guidebook is emitted, and it's a win-win situation for both then. Exactly, yeah, I help you, you help me. It is a, what's the type? Symbiotic, I think, is it called for science? Symbiotic relationship. You know, both parties are mutually benefited. So back in our customer, or not our customer, in our book, now this is where we get to stuff. So now that we have the current level in our utility, we now have to set it up. And we can go ahead in our func ready, we can go ahead and have a utility, or I think I already have it, no, utility dot set guidebook dot connect. And then we'll have a function called set guidebook. Guidebook. Set guide, well, I say set guidebook, it's more so set guide page. I'll just go ahead and set guide page. Well, that's better. And let me also make it set guide page. It's not a guide book, it's a page. We'll set guide page, and then back in utility, also make sure it's set guide page, and then back in our cafe, set guide page. That's better. Okay. Back in our book, we have set guide page, and then we need this function here. We can go ahead and have down here, aside from our highlight tabs, we can have a func where it's set guide page and it's void. Void. And this is where we set up the book and the guides, and we go ahead and pass for now. So what we want to have happen is, depending on what is unlocked, we have it show up on the guide page. So this is our flavor guide, and then we need a margin page for the right page. So let me go ahead and add that. It'll be margin container here, and I'll just put this here, and it is the product guide. UID to IDE. There we go. And also set the margin to be 555. So 5555. And then how this works is we have it access a unique name. I mean, this is also access a unique name. And then if we go back into here, what we can now do is set up the page. And how we set up the pages, we go back here and make sure we have the temp page. And I can go ahead and just set a new page and do instead, where are we at? Var instead can be temp guide page, UIDE, and page name is guide. And then our page.left will be our flavor guide, and our page.right will be our product guide. We'll go back up here and go ahead and add these two. So our flavor guide gets added, and then our product guide gets added, like that. And then we go ahead, go back down here and set those up now that they're variables. So our flavor guide and our product guide. And then it's page name guide. And then we have temp guide equals, and it is guide page, which is not, we haven't made that yet. And then all pages dot merge guide page. We can go ahead and go back up here to our, where are we at? All page, tab to page, spellcasting page, customer page, guide page. And let me move you up here to make sense with everything else. There we go. And right now we have 3 pages. And we can go ahead and do that. Dictionary. There we go. Okay. Now guide page has been added. We should be good to go. It is added here. So temp tab to page. Oh, this needs to be, yep. So we have var temp guide page. We have the guide, we have the left, we have the right. And then we set that guide page from the temp guide page, and then we add the page. Wonderful. So that should work. Now on the guide page is where we have a little bit of issues with. And since the set guide page is connected, now we just add all of the values here. And that is where the issue comes into play. So we need a way to create new for the certain level. And since I've done it with customers, it shouldn't be too painful, I say and hope, compared to what I've done before. We'll see. So if I go in here to our product and do here, we have to create, depending on the product and the guidebook, that's the issue here, is it's gonna be tricky, but we should be fine, hopefully. So we need to have some sort of name. If we go back in our cookbook, or where are we at? Cookbook. Right now we have product to string. So we need to take the flavor and the product that we currently have unlocked, and we just have to make it equal in the string. For example, if we have hot cocoa unlocked, we would say cake equals hot cocoa equals so-and-so from the cookbook. And we also have to take that icon. And that's where we're running into some issues at, which I'm not sure how to do, which we'll have to figure out. So I can go ahead and close the customer progress tab. For now, I think it's probably better to do some sort of box or VBox, or no, it's HBox. No, VBox is right. VBox, so that it's vertical. And then in that VBox, we have to add, oh boy, this is gonna need to be a whole pairing thing we're gonna have to do. This is going to be some sort of something 2 is what it's going to have to be. For example, it needs to be a VBox, and then it has to be an HBox. And then in that HBox, which is this guy here, is where we add both the icon and the name. So in that HBox, we would need to do a label for the equals. And then we'd have to do, we could also do some sort of separator. And it would also help. So a V separator here to separate in between. And then we would also need that product guide. So it might look something like this when it's all said and done, like that. And then the label could say, for example, cake. And that's how it would work. So it would show you this is this. And then depending on that, you would know, all right. And then with that HBox set, if we have more flavors, it would get added. But you can see that needs to be resized. It would appear. So it's not that bad. Because if we have all of these guys and it's getting stretched, that's not good. But that's the hope, is that we can have it set up so it adds depending on the icons. So it's not too bad for the player to know what's going on. It can help them figure out, okay, this goes to this goes to this. And it helps overall, hopefully, in setting up the scene so they're not too confused. All right. And saying all of that, maybe the size shouldn't be as big as it is. The issue is it needs some sort of container, and that's where I'm running into the issues of. I'm thinking we have to have some sort of something here. So it has to be a container and a container and container. As you can see, that's why it's the different tabs to help. And it's a thing of, do we have to have a grid too to make it feel better? Probably. That's center. And then it freezes, so I'll give it a second. And save. I said save, Godot. And yeah, okay, this is tricky because we have to, because there's 2 different things. It's either a product or it's either a product icon or a flavor icon. They basically do the same thing, but they just have different categories, and that's why I'm thinking test what type of icon it is and do it that way instead of having 2 different ones, because it'll have to be a if so-and-so, do so-and-so, and if we have a standard box, that's why I'm thinking we should just merge these guys together since they also use the same icons. So for example, we just merge them, and I think that'll be better instead. So for example, flavor icon, we just have a type, and then we fill in the type. So instead of flavor icon, this becomes a icon, and then we have icon type, and that's where it comes into play. So class name, and so I'm thinking, because either or, it limits it in how it can work, or we could do it instead like, instead what we could do is have it come from an update icon instead, which I think might be a little bit better. And what I mean by that is we have a parent, not parent. Oh, no, kind of like parent. Whereas, and this is inheritance a little bit, but we make and I'll just duplicate this and call it icon. It's semi-inheritance, semi-not in the same sense. But what it does is it has icon, and it is of type icon, like this. And I'm realizing this is not flavor icon, and this is a scene, so we need to remove it. We need it to be a script, and it is an icon script, like this. All right, and in our icon, it is panel container, but it is icon. And in our icon, the only thing that it can do, what is it called? It's not a constructor, it's just like a ghost or basic class. I forget the name, but it just exists to make sure everyone's working together. So for example, we have a function called update icon, and that's all this guy is. It just says all icons update icon. It's a little inheritance, but it's okay because it lets us say, all right, just export var icon. And because our flavor icon is an icon and also our product icon is an icon, it works instead of having to separate them, which is why what I was worried about. Instead, now that we have update icon in our flavor icon, what we can do is that in our flavor icon, because it's extending from icon, whenever it updates icon, it doesn't take from that, it takes from this. And what does this say? I forget the word. I really do. But it does it this way. And then we also have this for icon. So now they're both considered icons and both know that you can update icon. And then what we can have and say is, now that we have that going on, we don't have to worry about flavor icon also being mismatched and everything. In our book, and in this here, this is a icon panel. And we can go ahead and have this be its own scene, and it goes in book, and it's an icon panel scene, save. And now we can go into here, and in an icon panel scene, we have a product icon. Now this is where the tricky part begins, because I said for icon, so instead of it being icon panel and all of those things, now because it's an icon panel, what we can do is have some sort of container. Like, probably, we can do a margin container, that's fine. Or some sort of panel container for now. And in our panel container, we have the icon. And this is where we export var our icon. And that's why I'm thinking it's good to have an icon. But the thing is, I was going somewhere with this, but I think, I forgot. No, not I think, I know I forgot. Because they're both icons, so you're able to set them as icons. Then update said icon. And it needs to have an export var icon so it can make icon type. That's where I'm going with this. An icon is a scene, but it also needs to be a node, or let's say add export var icon. That's what I want to do. So if I make a here icon panel, and for example, if I had, and this is why I wanted to do icon, export var icon is of type icon, like that. And that way, we would be able to add and create an icon or make a new icon. That's why I wanted to do it. Icon. Exactly. That word's not even gonna sound like an icon. That's not even gonna sound like a thing in a bit. Not even a bit. Very, very fast. Okay. When we, for example, this can be export var and it gets this, and this is a texture. It is a texture of type texture. Is it because it is, I don't know. Because we can just take a product icon and select it as that icon. And then when we set it up, we just say so-and-so icon equals set icon. And so I'm wondering, how can we set it up to be said thing? We'd have to create it and then assign it as said thing. And that's why I'm wondering, how can we do that? So after we have that export var icon, we then create the child. So some sort of function to create icon, func create icon, or it's fine. Create icon and void, void, and then icon dot, and all icons have icon update. So that's why I did that. And since using it outside of the function, we don't use underscore. All of these need to be removed, and this also gets removed. So that gets removed, and this also gets removed from underscore, and our product also gets the boot. And then in our icon panel, we do icon to upgrade for create icon. We need to create an icon, then assign the icon and the child. That is the hope and attempt that we're trying to do, but it might take a second to figure out how to do everything correctly. As if I put this under, or this as a child, cannot instantiate, oops, wrong thing. If I take the flavor icon scene and make it a child, that is the child. So this is the container. Let's see, I'll just call it a container, like this. And then what I need to do is, upon creating said icon, and yeah, create icon, when we create it, or when we add it as child, func add, I mean, that works too. Create icon, we take in a new icon, and then have an icon, new icon equals, it doesn't even look like a word at this point. New icon equals icon, and then we have the container, like this, container dot add child. Tell you it's sad. I add child icon, like that. I think that'll work. We'll see. Lou. Wonderful. All right. And that's how I wanted to do it. Because then if we have our book, what we could do, and this is, we'll see if it works. And we will certainly see in our script. I just want to test and see if it works. In here in our panel, where are we at? In our book, we'll go ahead and just have a flavor icon as a test. We'll go ahead and do var. We'll just go ahead and do it this way. And do var. Just do icon test. And then this is preload. And go ahead and grab you, remove you, and grab you our icon panel, or flavor icon, like this. We'll just also say this is just flavor. Flavor icon, like that. Flavor. Flavor. There we go. And then down here, we also have the icon. Let's go ahead and move you here. You can go ahead as well, and I don't need that copied out. I can go ahead and just drag and drop you for now, since you're temporary. Alrighty. And then in here, when everything is all set to go, we have our set guide page. Icon panel dot add icon. Oh, hold on. Icon panel dot, what can we do with you again? Create icon. Ooh, okay. We don't need you to be underscore. Create. Ooh. Why are you angry? It should be able to do create icon, like that. But it doesn't want to do that. Up here we have icon panel. Oh, that's why. Our icon panel is not an icon panel. Class name. Yeah, class name icon. Give it a second. See if this works, and if it doesn't, I'm gonna be here for a second, aren't I? Not only do we need the icon panel, but we need a way to slowly have a checkbox to show, all right, player has made food, player has seated customer, player has done all of these things to show that they know how to play the game before they can actually play the game. These tutorials, they sound easy until they aren't. For example, if you were doing a Mario game, you could just have the player spawn in and not know what to do. But if you want to show them what to do, how do you teach them how to do it without having a wall of text? That is a journey. Panel, there we go. And then we go back into our book. here. So it is a onReady var icon panel. Now when we go down here, create icon should now be a thing, right? If I go ahead and delete this, create icon, and we go ahead and take our icon panel, our flavor icon. Flavor icon. Flavor icon. Alrighty. So the hope is that when I click play, icon panel should appear for flavor. I don't know if it will, but it might, and it might crash. We will see. Me one tutorial. Skip. Exactly, yeah. Tutorials are very tricky. If you get them right, players don't even know that there is a tutorial. If we get them wrong, or bad, and we later, how do I play? Exactly, yeah. I've run into that issue before many times. I like me a good tutorial, but not at the cost of my sanity. Not at all. Cake. Oh, hold on. Now the guidebook should be enabled. We do have the guidebook now, so I don't know why it's angry anymore. Oh, I didn't flip it back, I guess. Guidebook, guide page. If we go back up here for our page tabs, yep, guide tab is disabled. Now we can go ahead and swap them where they belong since spellcasting isn't a thing anymore. Like that. That should be good now. So now let's go ahead and click play again. Go here. All right, so we have this and it goes to here. Alrighty, and that icon didn't create it because we didn't instantiate it. That's important. That is wholly and wholeheartedly very important. Let's see. So customer progress tab. We go back to our panel, and this is here. What we need to do is do icon equals icon dot instantiate, or I forget how that works. Icon dot instantiate. Ooh, I forget. Hold on. Let me go and open this again. Godot 4 instantiate scene. Instantiate scene with parameters. Where are we at? Alright, so to instantiate a scene with parameters, how do it work? We do. Yeah. There's a way to do it with new. I'm not too sure. Pack scene, new, or load. Got ya. Load. Lagging? Oh, I am! Thanks for letting me know. I was sitting here dying without even knowing. Oh man. Oh boy. I can see Godot has impacted me very physically. Oh boy. I look away for 1 second. Godot decides, you know what? Time to go rebellious. Yeah, I'm completely fluid now. Can't stop me until you can. So Godot decides, you know what? It is time. It is time to do the thing. And since I don't know what I'm doing, let's just look at what we do for customer manager. That's the easiest thing to do. We go back to our customer manager. When we make a customer, how do we make a customer? We make an instantiated scene. And then we do a customer scene dot instantiate. Okay, so back in our icon panel, we do new icon dot instantiate. We can't do that. Well, for starters, that's not how you spell instantiate. Instantiate. Okay, this is preloaded. I'm gonna guess we have to load, preload, or do one of the two. We can go ahead and Godot's trying to suck you into the game you're making. Going into a magical world wouldn't be too bad. I wouldn't be one to complain at that. Let's make this a string instead. Let's do this, string. Like this for the scene. Instead, that gets put in there. This customer, wait, is that the right one? It's not. Wrong one. It is you. Oh, I'm glad I checked. So it is flavor icon. It is a string. Like that. And then we go down here because it's like, oh, well, how can we do that when it's not it needs to be a non-thing. So new icon, string. There we go. Oh, huh? Oh, is it? usually do that? What did I click? Huh? I'm so confused. That's not how it usually acts. Huh? Why is does it usually? I feel like it did something in a setting that I wasn't supposed to. String. Yeah, look at it. Huh? What do I press? Oh boy. Let me see. Godot 4. Click I and S on the keyboard? I and S. Ah, thank you. I say that's exactly why I stream. I don't know what I would have done had I not known. Had I not been told. You didn't know where. Yeah. How did it? I didn't even press the button though. How did it do that in the first place? It's so weird. The new icon. Load. Icon. Dot. Instantiate. No. Okay. Let's see. For the customer, we do a scene and we do load. We go ahead and do, see, icon or scene. Scene equals load. And then we do icon equals, and then scene dot instantiate now. Huh. Yeah, the same problem, not only in Godot, but in Word. I see. Oh boy, I don't know how you do it. It's just magic. Having the answers. And yeah, it's definitely, oh boy. Instantiate. Why can't I do the thing? It's angry again. Godot dot this. This is what I need. Is it? Okay, let's go back into icon panel. This is what I should be able to do. And then we add the child. And then it does the thing. And really, that export var doesn't even need to be a thing at this point, truthfully. That's just, I just wanted it to be a thing. So this would be, this is fine. Okay. Let's see if this works now. We go back into our book. And we also need to hide the customer tab, or the guide tab. It's not showing when we click play. So let's go ahead and show the book. I think it might crash, but we'll see. Okay. So it's still not doing it. And go ahead and hide. And have a print so we know it's coming in here. Creating icon. There we go. That makes sense. It's all good to go. And if we go back into book, why is our customer scene? Oh, that's the guide tab. Guide tab's shown. The customer tab needs to be hidden. Like that. There we go. Okay. And let's go ahead and click play. And you can see, oh, that's why. It's not instantiating because we haven't done the real game. It knows my tricks a little too well. I'll go ahead and hide. Well, not even hide the game itself, but not the scene. And since it closed, let me get the last of my lemonade. It goes, but my sanity stays, thankfully. Alrighty, and I can go ahead and do this. Now we can see if the game wants to not be angry. So it says creating icon. That's what it said at the bottom. And if I go to the next page, cake, look at that. It did the thing. Wonderful. So now we just need the flavor for the certain thing. And it should work. So right now it's sweet, sweet. Let's try to have it set to bitter, bitter. So we can go ahead and hide. It's working. Slowly, surely, but it is. All right, we go back into book. And down here for our create, where are we at? In our set guidebook, create icon, we also need to have not only the string, as I die again, but also have it say okay, I live. I got worried for a second. We also need to have the flavor, depending on what it is. The icon flavor, icon panel needs to have create icon. So I'm guessing maybe we can just have it do create flavor icon, create. Do that instead. And to make it not as bad, for example, create First we do create icon, and then we, update icon needs to happen, but it needs to update what it's sent in needed thing, And that's, okay. So how do we tell it what to set it to? We can do that with, that's why I wanted to do icon and have the update icon. But if we don't know what we're setting it to, we can't really set it, can we? And I guess this is where Godot comes into play, right? Because we don't have to typecast. I like typecasting. However, what we can do is have it set type, right? And I can do icon type. And it doesn't have to be set to anything. And I don't like doing this, but this might be the only way. And then we just have this in here for update icon. And in our update icon, we have this in here. And it says, oh, you didn't set it. We can do underscore to say it's not getting used, but let's just have it set here. And then in our icon, what are you angry about? Okay. And then our product icon, in our update icon, we don't need this in ready anymore. And class name, icon has a global script class. What now? Huh? What? I'm confused and befuddled and no clue what's going on. Oh, huh. Okay, well, icon. And on update icon, what we do is do product equals icon type. And it just has to infer. That is what this is. And I know this isn't a thing for, at least I don't think it's a thing for C++, but this is typecasting. I usually do typecasting where I say what it is, but we don't have to know what it is. We can just say the type and Godot can guess. And I'm doing this just so I don't have to do, all right, if it's this type, do this, if it's this type, do this, since it does the same exact thing regardless. So I'm hoping that works. And then icon type can be there. And then we don't need this in update. And then for our flavor, we have flavor equals icon type. So it does it automatically. And then back in here in our book, what we can then do is do in flavor icon, we can do cookbook dot flavor combo and then say bitter bitter. And it should infer that I mean flavor combo. Fingers crossed. So it does it all on its own. So if I click play, instead of sweet sweet, which is the default, we should get bitter bitter. Let's see if it works. We go into levels, I'll do the 4, we open this up, bitter bitter, there we go. But I have a debug down there, and why is it angry? Let's see. Da-da-da-da. I go ahead and hide this. What is it saying? Node not found, product sprite. And our product sprite, huh? Do we not have a product container anymore in our product icon? Nope, we have product sprite. Ooh, hold on. Do-do-do-do. Product icon, get ready, return null pointer. Like, pointer. Pointer. Something about the product icon, but I don't have a product icon. What? I'm confused. Icon 6 ready, relative, flavor guide, flavor icon, but we don't use the product sprite because we're not using a product icon. I don't know why it's angry. It's just angry. It just is. But the good news is the icon panel's working. We now just need to make our own icon panels and whatnot, and also make this smaller so it's not as big. And I'm wondering how. We could maybe tweak the size of it. So for the layout, maybe we can transform, turn it on and off again. Oh, good idea. Off. On. There we go. It's been turned on and off. Maybe that'll fix it. If I click play really quickly to test it. Let's see. Levels 4. Now there's 2 debugging errors. For product sprite again, turning it on and off made it appear twice. Or did it just happen that I didn't clear it? You know, sometimes programming's super weird, and I just have to wonder to myself, how? What happened? How did I get here? What took place? What occurred? Okay. Let me see if I go ahead and just take that flavor icon and try again and get the flavor icon scene here. There. It should, I'm not sure why it's taking the product icon and why it's getting angry at that since we're not using a product icon. Yeah, it's still debug, but it works. Interesting. I feel like that's gonna be important to figure out in the future, but for now, not too worrisome. The class name, class name icon. I think I know why it's angry. Because it says icon, but it's not icon. It is class name product icon. Did I figure it out? Hold on. This is product icon. This is icon panel. This is icon, which is a panel container. And then this is flavor icon, which is an icon. So why is it cycle inheritance? That's what I'm confused about now. They clear it because I don't use product icon elsewhere. Why is it cycle inheritance? Line 2 cycle inheritance. Huh? Hold on. I've never heard that one before. Cycle inheritance. Godot 4. Cycle inheritance. Need to Godot, confused. Okay, well, you know what? Let's figure out where it is put, where I've put it in the program. It only happens here. How is it cycle inheritance? What if I do instead product icon ICO? Is that what you want? Huh? Product icon scene, flavor icon, but this is happy. It's okay with this, but not okay with this. It is now okay with this. Okay. You know what? Okay. Okay. Sure. I'll let you have that one, Godot. Oh boy. Good news is it's not debugging anymore. So I did fix the issue. Godot just a little confused. It's got the spirit though. It's got the Oh man. That's interesting. That is for sure. I'll give it that as it closes again. Oh boy. Yeah, that's the little things as well. That would make me think, did I do programming wrong? What do I need to fix? What's wrong? What do I need to do? And Godot's it's just having issues. It's not a me issue. Oh boy. Okay. So it's working now. That's the good news. And that's all that matters at the moment. It is working. And let me go ahead and save our progress so that it doesn't stop working. What a time to Hi, Bananaram. Welcome back. Indeed, Godot is having issues. That is for sure. Okay, so I'll save this as icon panel whip. There we go. All right, and commit, and it is committed. So if we lose progress on here on out, we're okay. And one other thing we need to set is the label. So if we go into here in our icon panel, we need to have a way to have the label say the thing and do the thing. How do you do that is a good question. And to do the thing with the thingamajiggy, what we'd have to do is in our product icon, for example, have the label be set. Well, in the thing, we can go ahead and do access this unique name. And in our label, we can have label.text equals cookbook dot, we'll do flavor combo to string. Is that what this is? This is product. Product to string. Product to string. And then we take the product. Then we take the product. And then in the other example for our flavors, it would be, we go into our flavor here where we have flavor icon, and we go ahead and have the, that's not right. That's not right. Oh boy, hold on. We need a new thing. In our icon panel, only our icon panel has the label. Yeah, okay. And then it goes to update icon. Makes sense, makes sense. Only the icon label knows about the thing. Okay. I don't know why it let me drag and drop it into icons, despite the fact it's in label. You know, the world works in mysterious ways. But we need to get label. That's all we need. We need a function for the icon called getName, and then that'll print back to us the string, and we put that in icon so it gets icon name. And then we can do it like that. So label equals icon name. Icon.getName or something like that. Icon.getIconName. Something to that extent. That way it's not too painful. It's already very painful. And Godot, will you let me type again? Good. Yeah, I was in here. I was in product icon and it let me get label. But we're in icon panel. So I'm just gonna go ahead and grab you back into the icon panel. So we don't have to worry about that. And then in our product icon, we can go ahead and just do that. And then we have a func called get name. Get icon name. How about that? Get icon name. And then here we do void. Oh, not void. It returns a string like this. And we return our cookbook product to string like that. That is what we do. And then here in icon, we have a function called get icon name, and it returns just as this, oops, like this. And then in our product, we can go ahead and also, well, not product, flavor, do the same thing. Get icon name, though instead of product to string, it is flavor to string, flavor combo to string. So we go this guy, and then we get our flavor from our flavor combo. And then back in our icon panel, we can have it so that in our create icon, label dot text equals icon dot get icon name, and it returns a string depending on what it is. In this example, because we have bitter set up, if we click play, it should hopefully, instead of say cake, say bitter. So if I click play, wrong play. If I click 4 and we go ahead and go to the next tab, bitter, because that is the label. If it were something else, it'll say something else. That way we say, all right, this is bitter. You know this is bitter. But we need it to say instead the, what is it? I think instead of bitter, it should say bitter, for example. So, okay, a little tweak there. Maybe we should have some sort of cookbook section so it does it on its own instead of bitter. I think that's a little bit better. Because instead of bitter, I just wanted to say equals bitter equals sweet. Or what we could do is, and I think this works better, in our flavor icon, we stop the string. We have to do a little bit of string magic here, and I'm not ready. Godot for string documents. And if we go here, string documents, we need to cut the string. So we need to cut it at the underscore. That is the sweet, bitter. We just cut it when it gets to that underscore. So if we go and do, let's see, I want to cut it off, and I'll show you here in our, it's trim time, exactly. Is that what it's called, trim? Let me trim. Nope, not called trim. Okay, so let's see if I bring you into this browser here. You can see what I'm looking at, and we need the one that brings it, that chops it. Count in, nope, fine, nope. Oh, find what from, okay, never mind. Find I, prints -1. Okay, this is what we need. We need to find, and then we need to cut. So find and returns a first index format. Nope, we need to cut. So get to from, I think it's something like that, or get slice. No, that's not what I want. Text to int, no indent, nope. Is valid, nope. We need, here we are, left. So what we have to do is first find when that index takes place, and then we have to get the left. Some chopping time. So let's go back over to Godot. And this is, if we go here, this will be a var called label icon name. And then we go ahead and do string, and then it equals our basic icon name for our flavor combo. And now we gotta cut it a little bit. What we have to do first is do icon name dot, and then we need to find, I think it's find. Let me double check. I think it's find. If I go here, find. Where are we at? Find, yep, find. And it should only be 1 underscore. Find, oh, I guess in the case that we have a 1, no, let's just keep it that way. So find, and then we have underscore. Find underscore, and we have a var called underscore index, and it's an int, And this is the index that we get. From there, we then do icon name dot left. And let's go ahead and do underscore index. And then we do icon name equals icon name dot left. And then we return icon name. So it should hopefully return bitter, is what I'm hoping. And we can see. So if I go ahead and click play and reopen here, let's see what we get. I'm very curious to see if we have to do like -1 or +2. But bitter, look at that. So it chops it all the way and we don't have to do a thing. That way it doesn't say bitter bitter and we don't have to do some sort of dictionary. Because I separate the two with the underscore, I can just set it up so it's just cut with the underscore. And that's very nice. And hi customer, why are you here? I thought I made this so that it's what level is this? Wait, okay, where were we? Yeah, it works. Which is lovely. You can see as well the page tab flipping. Yeah, okay. Now we just need to figure out formatting. I don't think there will be a time when we have, for example, 8 flavors, but I do want that to be available to us should we need it. Right now, the sizing is very bad, so we need to fix that, and I'm not too sure on the matter how. Right now, it's very big, and we can change the label size. The issue is, and I can bring you back into here with the book, if we have in here our icon panel, and we go ahead and put, for now, let's just put this guy in icon panel. Well, it's already saved, so it should be an icon panel. Icon panel, the flavor icon already is in here in the container. If I go back into our book, why are you not showing up? Oh, there, here, this guy here is way too big. And if we have a bunch of these icon panels, you see why that's an issue. That's the next thing, is figuring out how to resize it so that we can have, for example, even up to 8 icons that won't be angry why they're on screen. And my question is, how do we do that? Because of the way control nodes work, I can't just resize the, where are we at? Alignment, layout. Yeah, I can't change any of these because its parent can't be changed. And you're really getting stuff done today? That's awesome. Thank you, McQueen. You know, it's a work in progress. Sometimes we're sitting here for 3 hours trying to figure out a bug. Other times, it's not that painful. I say as I knock on wood and hope I don't have to continue doing this for far too long. I thought tutorial wouldn't be that bad, but it's bad. We still haven't even done to tell the player how to feed the customer and all of those things, but slowly but surely, we'll figure it out. All right, with all that said and done, we need a way to sort this container so that it does the thing we need it to do. And I thought feedbox would work, but I'm not too sure anymore. I'm thinking we might have to do something else. We could try a grid container, we could try a different container, but I think the issue is this icon is too big, this icon itself. And if we go back into icon here, and we go into theme override, or not theme, but layouts, we can change the icon size here, which is nice. For example, I can go 0.5, and it makes it small. And then if we go back into our book, it should be small, but it's not small. It's way too big. In our icon panel, it too is not small. And I don't know why, because we have it set to 0.5, but it's not 0.5. What? Huh? So if I go in layout and transform size, again, I can't set that size to be smaller. Its size is right now 127 by 127. Is it the container that I need to change the size of? If I go back into layouts and transform, again, I can't change that because the icon panel is the issue. So if we change this icon panel to be a smaller size, this is as small as it gets. It won't get any smaller than this. If I go back into our icon, maybe I can make the icon size 0.1. Does that help? And if I go back into the icon panel, oh, hold on, it froze. I froze. We're all freezing today. If I make it bigger and smaller, you're gonna freeze. Since it froze, let me have the water break. And it will be 5 soon, but I want to see if I can get this icon bit done. So we'll see. We'll give it some time to think about its actions and the actions of its consequences of its actions. There we go. I did it. Let me get some water. Isn't it? UI is very hard. I agree. It is hard and it's painful and I don't know why. It's and the thing is as well, I want to be able to have it so you don't have to press space or hold space to open the book. I say as this is painfully not loading. I'm gonna close it. I want the mouse to be able to hover over the book too. However, when I tried to incorporate that, it didn't work. It tried to open the book, close the book, even when I wasn't moving the mouse. It just didn't want to cooperate. And I would like that to be a function, but I don't know how to implement it. And Godot, there's not too many. Well, there are a few good. And for, scale. Maybe the size is what I need to change. Hold on. I say as I speak and hold on. If we make you small and then make you small and then make you why are you? No, custom and minimum size, transform, no. That's the thing, why is this so big? It doesn't need to be this big. Flavor icon, if I reset the size, I can't change the scale of this guy. This is as small as it gets. Is it because of the custom minimum size? Can I make it smaller now? Okay, hold on. Is this now 16 by 16? And I make this, reset the scale to 1, and make this 32 by 32, for example. Like this. It's so blurry. Let's do 64 by 64 then. 64 by 64. Okay, I don't like 64. How about 48? 48 by 48? Like that. It's so blurry. It's so small. Okay. How are we doing icon panel? Not too bad. We did shrink it a big amount. Nice. Okay. Let's go ahead and also set the label type to make it a little bit easier to see and read. So if we go ahead, I have some label typing already. We can go here into spellcasting into my UI. We'll just grab the spell size and drag it into for theme. And I think that's a little bit too small, especially if we go back into our book. You can see here, very tiny. I feel like it's the same exact size it was as well, which is unfortunate. I thought we would get away with it being a little bit tinier, but it still seems to be about that size. Okay. If we go back to the icon panel, maybe we can make this even smaller. We go back into here, our alignment can be benign. We can make it smaller. Oops. Even smaller. And I want it to be about the size of cake. That's why I'm struggling at the moment. So if our icon is even smaller, as it definitely did seem to help with making the size smaller. So maybe if we do 0.5 now for the size, it can work. If I go back into our, into our icon panel, it's still the same size. If I go back into our icon panel, instead change this size, for example, make it 32, or since it's 48, let's do 10, just to see if it even works. And do this. And then I go back into my icon panel. That didn't change anything. Flavor icon. I am in flavor. For a second, I thought I was only dealing with product. But no, this is flavor icon. And it also is shrink. These are both shrink center. So it's not that issue. And this is the anchor points. We don't need anchor points. We need margin. We need shrink. It's not taking up all the space. Okay. Flavor icon size is 127. If we set this to 16 by 16, oops, not 161, 16 by 16, like this. Oh, I thought I set it by 16 by 16. 16. I am sure it says 16. Why are you angry now? Is it icon? Oh. No, this is icon. Flavor icon. I figured it out, I think. We've been trying to edit icon when we need to edit flavor icon. That is the issue here. And because we haven't been editing icon, it hasn't been working. So now if we edit this, because it is, hold on, this is flavor icon, yeah. Okay, so when I save that, it should make this smaller. The little things, I tell you. Okay, hold on, hopefully this works now. I'm hopeful. This little guy in the background, this panel, now needs to be smaller. If we make this 16 by 16, okay, well now that is that. So if we go ahead, I think there's a way to make it set for the sizing or minimum size, or no? Let's see. I thought there was a custom size or minimum icon. Yup. Oh boy. Oh man, it is fun, isn't it? The minimum size is 0, yet this flavor icon won't go below 127. It can get bigger, but it can't get smaller. This is our issue here. Why won't you go small? And I don't think I did set the scale of this guy. So if this guy is 0.5, how does that look here? Does it get smaller? Let's try 0. I don't know why the scale's locked. This guy doesn't have a regular size, I don't think. Region, animation, offset, nope. And their flavor background doesn't have a custom minimum size as well. It just is. So it shouldn't affect that, but our flavor icon also doesn't have it has a minimum size. And now that it has the minimum size set, you know, this is why I speak aloud when I do it, because it helps me understand where I went wrong in life. Minimum size is now deleted, which means, and maybe I just didn't see it, but I feel like that just appeared magically. And I'm not blind. I think that it just happened to be there. And now it's small, which is good. Oh man, it hurts. It hurts. It's bad, I tell you. Oh man. All right, let's make this 24 maybe. Maybe 32. 32. Maybe 64 by 64. No. I kind of like having it just a little smaller, so maybe we can do 55 by 55. 48 by 48. That's okay. I think this is fine. Okay, and our size can now also not be what it was. Now we go back to the icon panel. Okay, flavor icon. Why aren't you updated? You should have the green circle around you, but that is not the case here. Okay, I'm gonna delete you for a second and grab you, flavor icon, scene, and put you under the container. Yeah, for some reason now, we're not seeing that background. Interesting, interesting. For some reason, this guy here doesn't want to show us the green, which is really odd, as the green is visible here. And don't you hate it when things just appear magically out of nowhere with no explanation? I sure do. Exactly, I'm telling you, it wasn't there. I believe I would have seen it. The good news is I checked, and I triple checked, and I quadruple checked until it appeared. It's like opening the refrigerator expecting some new food to appear. It's as easy as that. So let's see, the size feels like it's right, but the issue is it's still issuing, and I have the flavor icon here, but there's no background here for the container. Is it because it's in a container? No. It just isn't a thing, apparently, which is... Huh. Okay. So if we go back to our container sizing, we fill and fill, maybe... Nope. Okay. One problem to another problem. Truly. Alright. So in here, let's go ahead and set the size now to reset. And we can go ahead and set the container sizing so it's a little bit bigger. The theme override so it stretches a little bit from here like this. So it tells us. And I'm wondering why as well this guy is so small. Why do you allow me to do this? Why is this out here is my question. Is it the container itself? Why isn't this container centered? Huh. If I make it here and here, now nope. Huh. If everything is centered in here and aligned, is that what it needs to be? Nope. Oh, well, now that works. That helps. Okay. We'll probably do something like this. But then these guys aren't centered. They feel very funny. But it's not too bad, is it? And then I go back into our book, unless Godot freezes. At which case, what a big time. Okay. Slowly, but surely. We get there and we go. Oh man. Okay. I'll let it see if it wants to act correctly and do its proper thing as... Okay, cool. So now we have cake, and there's a flavor icon. Let's go ahead and delete the flavor icon so we can make sure that it's working correctly with everything. Before that, I just want to see how it looks in the book. Far better. I like it like this. where it's easier to notice what's going on. We can go ahead as well and do a bit of an override with separation. So now it can be something like this. And if what we can also do instead of a VBox container is make this a grid container. So I can change type, make it a grid, like we have done in the past, a grid container instead. And instead, where are you going? You're supposed to be in the center. Have a column of, let's do 2. And I guess what it wants, and as well with the constants, do about maybe 50 here, 50 here. Maybe you want a center container? Sure. Let's see, center here, and then put the, there. Containers, aren't they lovely? Alrighty, now we know cake. Something to that extent is what I want it to happen. And then some sort of panels can go behind these icon panels to show off, hey look, this is the thing. And let's do that as well, so it's not as confusing. So instead, we have a new parent, and it's going to be a container, and it's going to be a panel container. And then we set this as the parent, which we do by right-clicking and then clicking reparent to, no, where is it at? Set parent. I want to make set the branch. Reparent, make scene root. There we go. Like this instead. And then the panel container covers all of these guys. Makes it easier to see. That way, if we go back into book, you can see all the panel containers are surrounded by all of them. And let's make it a little bit bigger. Maybe something like this instead. So back in the book, they should all have their own containers. And then let's just do a quick theme to make it a little bit easier, hopefully, to see. So panel, you can go ahead and grab this panel. And, oh, where is it at? Panel, background panel. Is this what you want? Panel? We need a panel theme. I guess not. It should take its own panel. Oh, theme, new theme. Huh, okay. Oh, theme override, there we go. Found it. And grab that. So now it looks a little different, doesn't it? And then we go back into book. And my question is, why do these guys look funny when the panel isn't? But what we can do is have it have a minimum size to hopefully make it feel a little bit different. Now we add that minimum size back to add weight to it. And then if we go back into here, now it's good. But now you can see, oh, way too big now. Let's go ahead and change the, first clear that. Make it smaller, about maybe this big. I think should be fine. And now let's give it another go like this. We want to fit a few flavors in there. And I think this is a little bit better. Oh, did I set the size? There we go, minimum size. We go back to book. That's a little bit better. And then we go ahead and set these guys like this and this. So now it looks like they're separated, which is nice. And then we can go ahead and delete these panels. Now we should get bitter. Or we should get bitter, but the icon is the hope that the look will be. Oh, hold on. Beforehand, I forgot, because our icon panel is now, oh, never mind. There's no script here. No, there is. Icon panel needs its own. Hold on, let's disconnect her. How do we connect it? Icon panel. This needs to be connected to here. This needs to be disconnected. And then here, it needs to extend panel container, like this. And then on our export var, let's see, on ready. Okay, this should work. And then our container is this container here. Make sure it's access its unique name, or that works too, what it was. So that should be fine now. We should be good. Hopefully, let's see. If I click on open and play, we should see bitter as an option. Unless, of course, create icon in base instance. No. Ooh, okay. What are you angry about? Icon panel? I think that's what it's angry about. If I go back up here to our icon panel, yeah. Okay, hold on. If we go back into our book, right now we'll eventually make icons panels, but for right now, this is the icon panel we have to work with. So I'll go ahead and drag this guy instead into here, like this. And now hopefully it's not angry anymore if I click play. Play, levels, start. Okay, so container.addChild. Add child on null. Alrighty. So what are you angry about now? Errors, node container relative. Not found. Okay. Now this has to be, we go back to the icon panel, container, we'll go ahead and do you, and then access this unique name, container, you. Flavor icon is not here. Okay, panel container. Oh, this is icon panel. This should be icon panel. And then this is, what are you guys called? You're more so, That's a separator, or really H-box, like that. Okay, now click play, give it another go, see what we get. Play, levels, oh, okay. And what do we have? I click space. You can see bitter back there, so it's working. The square needs to be a little bit more centered. Aside from that though, I still don't know why the square doesn't have a background. That is weird. Especially since if you go ahead and check here in our, if I grab a flavor again, flavor icon, and we go ahead and put it under here, it doesn't have a background for some reason, despite the fact it does have a background here, which is weird. The flavor icon panel does work, and it is here in styles flat, and it's just a green flat box, so it works. It's just to go to change the name to grid container, VBox to grid container. You don't want to be confused later. Hold on. Where? Which where? I would like not to be confused. That's a bonus. That's always a good thing. So if you could elaborate a little bit, that'd be helpful. I'm gonna make this probably like this color. Just do white. Some sort of peachy color. Probably here a little bit more yellow. Like this. Okay. And then in our icon panel, we still don't have that guy visible. I'm still so confused about. The panel should be visible, but it's not visible. If I make it this big, can you see it now? No. Flavor icon, and this is flavor icon. But it doesn't want the panel to be visible, which I'm really confused about. Is it because of the ordering? If I make the C index 1, and then go back to icon panel, nope. Didn't you change the node type from VBox container to grid? Oh, that was back here. This VBox container doesn't have any linking to it, so it's fine. It's its own thing. It just, because I'm using these, the unique names, I don't have to worry about that, but that's in the book. I thought you meant in here for these two guys. Well, those are their own things. I'm just wondering why this background doesn't show up here. Why can't I see that creamish and, okay, that's a little bit too bright. Yeah, no, you're fine. You've helped in the past by all means. If you see something that I don't, I would appreciate it highly in pointing it out. So yeah, I do get confused very often. I am prone to it not working correctly. I just don't know why this is wonky. I didn't want too bad of a background, but the background isn't showing. And I thought maybe it was because it's not ordered correctly. That's why I tried to change the Z index. I thought maybe that's why if we change it to like 5 or something, and then go back to the icon panel, that's not it. If we go back in here, maybe, well, this is the panel. So you store it as relative, new. Try that. How about now? Nope. Is it because the panel is flavor, because the square is showing up, but the background's not showing up. Huh? I'm so confused. Does it not need to be a flavor icon panel thingamajiggy? Does it need to have a panel just duplicated for it to work? For example, do I just need to have a panel container in the panel container to be the panel container? Just make it a margin container? Is that what you want from me, Godot? I don't know if I want to agree to these terms, but I'll give it a try. And then we'll see where it lands us. And then we should be able to just load scenes and make scenes depending on, so we just need to go through the current unlocked flavors and products, flip through them, and then say, all right, this is what's currently unlocked. And that's how I want it to operate. That way I won't have to, whenever I add new flavors, I won't have to add new flavors everywhere in the game. There's one sole spot I added at, which is the cookbook. And once that's added, we're all good. And I'll wait for it to try to get itself together. Oh, are we good? Good. I'm thinking maybe I have to add a panel container here and then copy this theme. So we'll go here to the theme, copy. Can I copy? Copy. I'll just do style box flat. I'll just copy the color that you have, if you don't mind me, Godot. And I'll grab this panel container, go into this theme, panel, new style box, texture, flat. There we go, flat. And set you to this color. And now if I go to icon panel, still no panel. Weird. It's now here, so it exists, but it doesn't exist, which is really odd. But the good news is that that is not the issue. If I put it panel in a panel, how about now, Godot? Will you listen then? Survey says no, he will not. And that's okay. I guess I'll have to keep messing around with it. And I kind of like this being a square instead of a round, oval thingamajiggy. So I'm gonna go ahead and just get rid of these corners. I like this better. And it says corner details, so not sure what that means. You don't need any of that. I like this, and for now, it's a work in progress. So I'll whip, and I'll also make this a little bit longer. That way it makes it nicer. I just want to see if we can get the loading working, and if we can get the loading working, we can call it a day there, since it's already 5:12, but we can go a little over and just see if we can get the flavor working, since I'd have to set up the physical look of the product as well. But if we can get flavor looking nice, wonderful. Okay, go in flavor, or non-flavor, and book. Now if we go back down here, we have a customer, let's see. We have a flavor icon, and we also have an icon panel. So what you need to do is do var icon panel, and then this is a preload, like this, and then we can go ahead and do icon panel here and icon panel scene. Not only that, we also need to know where we need to put it as a child. So this is where now we have the box at. So we would have here the flavor list, or we could just say flavor grid. Flavor grid. We can go ahead and delete this panel here, and then we would say make unique, and then we would drag and drop this guy here. Oh, there we go. And then what we have to do is for so-and-so, go back down where we at here. So set guide panel for flavor for oof. I just realized our combos are not gonna be working, are they? Oof. Okay. For example, what I mean is in our cookbook, we have, where is it at? Wheat, and these are the unlocked flavors, and then we have the flavor combos. So I think just here we can add it, since we already have to add all the flavors here anyway. Let's just do it here so we don't have to worry about it. So this would be a dictionary, and this is const, and we'll go ahead and do here. Pure flavor to flavor combo. Like this instead. And we have none, and we don't even need that anymore. We just take the flavor combo like this. We have sweet, it'll be flavor combo sweet. And then we have bitter, and so on. So we can go ahead and grab these. And this would be none, just in case it does have a none in here. And none. We go ahead and have a memory for our memory. And we have a bitter for bitter. Where are we at? Bitter. Okay. We just have to set it up here and make sure it's good and okay. And why are, oh, that's why. Okay. So then when we go back into our book, now for flavor, for unlocked flavor, more so, unlocked flavor in, and now we go ahead and do cookbook, book dot current level dot unlocked, or is it level flavors. So 4 level flavors, and let's just do this. 4 level flavors, and level flavors, and cookbook dot current unlocked current level flavors. We then have to now do our icon panel. So we go ahead and do var icon panel. And where is this icon panel even at? Got ya. Alright, so we have to make a new icon panel. We go ahead and do, where are we at? Icon panel, and this is where we create it. So we have to go to create icon, and we go ahead and do in our icon panel. We can go ahead and make the new scene and load and instantiate. There we go. And this is where we instantiate. So let me grab you and go back into book. And then in here, for level flavors, we take our icon flavor. So we need to first create our icon panel. That is icon scene.instantiate. And that is icon panel. And then we do var. And it is new panel. New icon. Icon panel. And it is icon panel. Dot instantiate. And then what we have to do is do new icon panel. Dot. Or not dot. Next we have to do flavor grid. So we do this here. Flavor grid. Dot. And then we do add child, I think, or something. Yeah. Add child. Add child. And then we go ahead and add that new icon panel. Then after we add it as a child, we go ahead and say, all right, new icon panel. We go ahead and create an icon. Create icon with our flavor icon, as that's the icon we want to create. And then we go ahead and set that as the level flavor. So we just do level. Oh, what we do now is do cookbook. Dot. And now we do flavor, or it's pure, I think I called it. And just out of curiosity, feel free to ignore this if you want, but what is the size of your project? You mean the Godot file with the code plus all the assets? Size of the project? How do I even check that? That's a quick check. I already have everything in here. If I had to click, it says 103 millibytes. Is that a lot? I don't know. I don't know computer stuff, but it says the folder that I have everything is 103. How big is that? Tell me, I'm not too sure. But that's the answer, since it was easy to check. So Godot product, or it would be pure, cookbook.pure, I think is what I call it. Pure flavor to flavor combo. And this is where we do level flavor. And it's more so level flavor, like that. And then that should set that. Like that. And I think that works. So for example, if we go back into the cafe now, or not into the cafe, the levels, for our Medi Mayhem, this is a level we have here. The only flavor we have in Medi Mayhem is sweet. So only sweet should show up. And then in another one, it's sweet bitter. So we have Medi Mayhem, and then I also have prototype. So let's test Medi Mayhem first. If I click play, and then click start. Level 2, this is Medi Mayhem. So we should only see in the book, and let me also hide it as well, so we don't get spoiled. And I want a little bit of surprise and spice in life as it closes. So let me go ahead and reopen Godot. And go ahead and click edit. I'm hoping we're reaching the end. I just have to do this for products, so just copy and paste basically. And hopefully because they are icons and they do their own thing, I won't have to make two. I just have to make 2 loops to go through both the flavors and the products. But back in here, I just want to hide the flavor guide. So it does its own thing and we can't see it at the start. And go ahead and also hide you. Okay. And then click play. So let's see. For the Medi one, we need it to be sweet. If I go ahead and click play or open, you can see here, Medi. Okay. And then if we go in icons, sweet. Sweet is the only flavor that customers will open, which is great. And then if we go ahead and click escape, this one should be sweet bitter. So if we open it, bitter sweet. These are the 2 flavors. Great. It's working. And you can see as well down here, the tabs are also opened up. Of course, they look a little funny, but it lets you know what tab you're on, which is great. And now we would just have to do the, what is it? Add the spell casting, but that can be something done later since it already is 20 minutes past, but we got it working. So now the page dynamically updates what we can unlock, which is great. So now, if it's only sweet we have unlocked, sweet is the only one unlocked. If it's another one unlocked, another one is unlocked, which is lovely. And I'm glad it's working. It's good news, and it's wonderful, and it's great. It wasn't too bad. It was bad, but it could have been worse. It worked the way I thought it would, which is good. And that's always the hope, is when you think and plan out something, when it works, it's great. But when you run into bugs, now you start questioning things in life. Let me go ahead and save this as flavor list page working. I now just have to do this to the product, and then I also have to set it so that the buttons that you choose in, what is it called? The buttons you have to choose in, for example, the spell generator, don't show up depending on what flavors are available, which wouldn't be too painful, but we'll see. I have to do a few more things. Aside from that, though, that'll be it for this stream. I'll go back to here. And that'll be that. Thank you for coming to today's stream. Very productive, very wonderful. I thought I would be able to finish the prototype done by today, but I feel like I always say that every single time, and one of these days it'll be true. But with that, what was I gonna say? Oh, before I forget, let me see if I can do it any faster this time around. If I where are we at? Here? I figured it out. I found it. I copy you. Okay. There we go. Thank you, Liar. I'm glad you enjoyed it. And I'm glad you all stuck around. So there's the Discord. That's what I wanted to send. So to those that are curious on the development and want to see me struggle through daily things, I do have a devlog, or typing devlog at least, on my Discord that I post for just things I'm doing during the day, during the week that I don't document on YouTube or Twitter or somewhere else. So if you're curious on the development and seeing the more common updates, it's also the easiest way you'll be able to be notified when the prototype goes live. So all of those things. And aside from that, tomorrow we'll be blah 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 blah. Tomorrow we will be studying fire pixel art. I haven't drawn fire before, so tomorrow's going to be attempting to draw pixel art fire for the first time. So even if you haven't done pixel art before, you should still come and join if you're curious. I think pixel art's a really fun way to get into figuring out how to make your own assets for your game. If you don't want to buy them, or if you don't want to do vector art or some other thing, pixel art's a fun art medium to do for games, as my game will be made of pixel art. And hopefully next week we will take a break from programming so we can do more pixel art for the game, but we'll see. And yeah, pixel art, fire. And we'll see if fire hot, fire good. With that though, thank you for coming, thank you for joining. I hope to see you all soon. If not tomorrow, maybe sometime in the future, even if it's years down the line. And I'll see you all soon. Now where's my button? Button. I found it! Alright, bye-bye.